South Coast Airport. Good morning. I would like to call today's hearing to order at 9:33 a.m. The matter before the hearing board is South Coast Air Quality Management District as petitioner versus Chiquita Canyon LLC respondent. And so before we move forward, I would like Mr. Pearman to provide a brief verbal report from the pre-hearing conference that was held a week or so ago.
Thank you, Chair. So we discussed today's hearing and the probable need to also go on the second day of the 17th of June. Discussed the witnesses, each side having less than half a dozen witnesses, some by declaration, some not. One witness is only available today. And so that may affect the order of testimony being a bit unusual. One witness is not available at all and only has information to provide by a declaration that's already been submitted. And we discussed the exhibits being handled in the same way as before to try to save on some of the printing of all the exhibits and attachments. And lastly, we were told that there was just one contested condition probably. And as you can see, that's true, but they didn't say it was 11-page condition, but still they didn't misrepresent. That's it.
You said that they didn't say it was
11 pages. That's my oral report, sir.
Any comments from members of the hearing board? Okay, any comments from petitioner or respondent with respect to his report? Did he provide a clear and concise
If I can make,
rendition?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes.
is Catherine Roberts on behalf of the South Coast AQMD. If I can make one amendment to Mr. Pearman's report, there are two contested conditions, one of which has competing language between the parties.
Okay, Ms. Morgan?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, no problem at all. Okay.
Mr.
And so-
Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Ms.
I
Verdugo
believe
Peralta?
that you have to vote whether I can participate due to.
Yeah, we're getting to that. Yeah,
Okay,
we're getting
thank
to
you.
that, yes. All right, so I just wanted to make sure that we were good to go there. So Mr. Pearman made a statement, and the statement was that we would take witnesses out of order. So just to sort of underscore that point, generally the petitioner would provide their witnesses first. In this instance, the respondent will provide a witness, and he'll be testifying for quite a while. And so then, of course, the petitioner will move forward accordingly.
Had a comment, Mr. Ali. I don't know if it was discussed during the pre-hearing conference. We didn't get the material till early morning yesterday, which is really unacceptable to get so much material for a hearing as important as this without giving time to review it, and also not knowing the order. I think who are the speakers who are going to be testifying today, so we can at least read their portions of the testimonies. So, and also I just want to point out to the attorney, I think when you put the file for us to download, you have to change the structure of the file name, because when you download, it doesn't open some of the files because it's too long. It happened last time too. So you have to go back and rename the file. So if we make it a shorter file name, then we can download and view the document.
Understood. Good to know. We'll fix that next time.
you.
Sorry about that.
All right, and so moving on to the next order of business. So Ms. Verdugo Peralta is participating remotely pursuant to provision of code. Mr. Clerk, would you mind reading the provision of code for which she would be participating under?
It would be under AB 2449.
Thank you. So Ms. Verdugo Peralta, before the hearing board members vote on your participation, just would you state, without violating any HIPAA laws, would you just simply state The reason why you cannot participate in person today?
The reason is that I recently had hip replacement surgery on Thursday, and I'm still pretty much required to stay, not to do anything and not to get up and do much at all.
All right, so, and Ms. Verdugo Peralta, just for the record, no one is present with you today, correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, very well. All right, members of the hearing board, I'd like to lay a motion upon the table to allow Ms. Verdugo Peralta to participate in today's meeting pursuant to the provision of code vis-a-vis the assembly bill as referenced by the distinguished clerk himself. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Abraham. Any further question or discussion? Hearing none. Dr.
I
Abraham?
just, sorry, before, I know the bill used to have only two, it got changed to now up to seven,
Yes.
is that what it is?
Yeah, and so there are multiple provisions of code which individuals can use. And in this particular instance, she's using one of the overlays.
Okay.
But she's well within her the bounds for which she can use any of the provisions. She's not exhausted.
I've only used one, I believe.
So, Mr. Balaka Palan, if you recall, the other times that she's been remote, she's actually used the old provision of Brown Act where she posted her location in a public place, and then she allowed any individuals from the public to participate if they were so inclined.
No, I was referring to the emergency provision. I realized the bill has changed from 2 to 7 if you have more than so many meetings a year during the period. So that's fine. As long as somebody's keeping track of all the.
Oh, no, the clerk's office is doing a phenomenal job keeping track of all of our absences as well as just attendance in general. And so we're very much appreciative for them for doing that. And so, all right, it's been a moved and second. Is there a vote? Dr. Abraham?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Aye,
No, well, I assume you abstain.
yes.
Okay. Mr. Balaka Palan?
Aye.
Mr. Pierman?
Aye.
And Ali votes in the affirmative. All right, before we ask for the witness oath, there are a host of exhibits. So for the petitioner exhibits, they're from 73. There's 73, Exhibit 73, Exhibit 74, Exhibit 75, Exhibit 76, Exhibit 77, Exhibit 78, Exhibit 79, Exhibit 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. So from Exhibit 73 to Exhibit 95, those are what were proffered by the petitioner. Respondent exhibits. Exhibit PP, Exhibit QQ, parenthetical references with Exhibits A through S, Exhibit RR, Exhibit SS, parenthetical with Exhibits A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and Q through T. Exhibit TTT, Exhibit UUU, Exhibit VVV, Exhibit WWW, Exhibit XXX, Exhibit YYY, Exhibit ZZZ, Exhibit AAAA, Exhibit BBB, Exhibit CCC, Exhibit DDDD, Exhibit EEEE, Exhibit FFFF, Exhibit GGGG, Exhibit HHHH, Exhibit I, Exhibit JJJJ, Exhibit KKKK. Exhibit LLLL, Exhibit MMMM, Exhibit NNNN, Exhibit OOOO. Not EIEIO, but OOOO. All right. Are we good? All right, okay. So now to public testimony, not evidentiary testimony, or general public comments. Mr. Clerk, are there any individuals on the line?
We have two with a raised hand.
And we're only going to take 20 minutes. So if anyone else logs on, we're taking 20 minutes today, full stop, a public comment, and we're going to do 2 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record. And are you testifying? Is this evidentiary testimony or is this general public comment? If it's evidentiary testimony, please be advised that you may be subject to questioning by the petitioner, the respondent, or members of the hearing board. The first person?
It would be Abigail. You're muted.
My side shows I'm unmuted. Hello?
Yes, Miss DeCisa, or how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Tessessa. In the past,
DeCisa.
you've had me turn my camera on because I do testimony.
Okay, so do you want to do evidentiary testimony or general public comment?
I'd like to do testimony, sir.
Okay, perfect. Not a problem at all. You want to turn your camera on or?
Well, I don't have an option on my screen.
Okay, then not a problem. Then you can go right ahead and state your public testimony.
Madam Chair, yeah.
Can I have
swear.
her sworn if she's doing testimony? And could we
Yes.
swear all of the witnesses at once?
Yes. Yeah, I just got a little thrown off with her inability to use her camera. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and we'll swear everybody in. If you're testifying, the issue with folks who don't have or without an ability to allow us to see you actually take the oath, we're going to trust that you are raising your right hand. Anyone on the line? We're going to trust that you're raising your right hand. And so we're going to ask all individuals to stand and raise your right hand.
Well, if I stand up.
If you're at home and you don't have, and your camera's off, please stand too. Raise your right hand as well. All right, there we go. All right, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right. And any individuals who also will provide evidentiary testimony, we would ask that you either, if you accepted the oath, confirm that prior to providing the evidentiary testimony. Okay, floor is yours, ma'am. 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Abigail DeCessa, and I'm a 26-year resident of Albury Canyon in Castaic. This is my 6th time during the smoldering event testifying before the hearing board. I also testified during the 2019-2020 abatement order for this landfill, which many of...
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I do apologize. We have a court reporter present. If you can speak a little slower.
I only have 2 minutes, and I wrote a 3-minute speech.
Okay, so why don't you just do us a favor, and we're going to work with you.
Okay.
Why don't you provide as much as you can, email the speech over to the clerk's office, and we'll make certain that it's entered into the public record. Is that fair?
I don't know your email address.
Okay, well, we'll make sure you have it.
Okay.
We'll get it to you, but go right ahead.
Okay.
Just kind of slow it down a little bit.
All promises from the landfill that a specific thing they were doing was going to solve the noxious gases infesting our lives, homes, schools, and businesses were empty promises. It has been more than 3 years since this landfill has operated legally, per the reports from the government committees working on this event overseen by federal EPA. This is not a good neighbor or business that can be trusted and should have 24-hour round-the-clock supervision. Their track record is proof enough. The residents are sick from infants to elderly and everyone in between. I am sick, our pets are sick, and 3 of my own have died. Our wildlife is being found all around our canyon dead, including birds and thousands of bees. This is more than annoyance to our noses. It is a major health risk that is not short term. 3 years is not short term, and we have no end in sight. The RELs for acute and chronic do not remotely tell our story of what is happening here. Individual items are not our story. It is the chronic cocktail of toxic combined gases making this town very sick, and not just the annoyance and discomfort of the odors, as many like to call it. We are prisoners and no due process, being forced to pay taxes on properties we cannot use, and our quality of life makes the pandemic look like recess time. Thank you to AQMD inspectors and their supervisors who sent up the flares that there was and is a crisis happening here, and for continually trying to remind the world it is still going on with no end in sight. I am respectfully requesting this hearing board join the many legislators of this state and our federal congressmen in issuing a letter to the governor of California to declare a state of emergency for this ongoing crisis. Well, no one disputes that all is being done possible for the landfill. All is not being done for the people. We are not.
All right, so what we'd ask you to do is if you can send anyone, if you have speeches that are 3-5 minutes plus, I'd ask if you would send those to FRONT_PC. Is that correct? No, that's the old one?
Clerk of the board. No, that's the same one, but it'd be better to your time.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and provide it, Madam Clerk?
You can email the speech to clerkofboard@aqmd.gov.
All right, so we're going to ask if the petitioner, if the petitioner has any questions or of the gentle lady.
No questions for this witness. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. DeSosa.
Respondent,
We have no questions. Thank you.
members of the hearing board. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gary Frawling?
Yes, I don't see where I can do my camera.
Are you providing testimony or general public comment?
Testimony.
Did you accept the oath?
Yes, I did, and I stood.
Okay. All right, very well. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Carrie Froling. I'm a 20-year resident of Hillcrest Castaic neighborhood. One, the petitioner's documents are a 404 link on all of them, and I would like to be able to read them. Two, this is really important. The benzene 33.54 parts per billion exceedance on May 22nd, 2025 was scrubbed from the data. No explanation. Visually, my imagination is like a nearby well shot up like what was recorded by AQMD in October of 2023. Three, not all Castaic schools have MS monitors that read the asked for chemicals and gases. Acrolein is measured only on MS-12, and that's not a school. Castaic Elementary has no public MS monitor. Castaic Middle School has no MS monitor, although it has a now renamed ASO1 monitor that used to be named MS13. It still monitors only H2S publicly. We need all the Castaic schools to have micro-G monitors that speciate all the toxic gases. The schools are all within 3 miles of the landfill. There has not been any let up in the daily noxious gases in our neighborhoods. Please require Chiquita relocate residents within 3 miles of the landfill as the crow flies. And please start enforcing all the penalties that they are adding up. And that is what I'm saying for today.
Thank you. Petitioner, any questions of the witness?
No questions for this witness. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Froling.
Respondent,
No questions. Thank you.
members of the hearing board.
I have a question.
Oh, go right ahead.
Yes.
Ms. Froling, do you know the source of your information?
Yes, I use the EPA website for that shows the monitors of the different gases, and it shows all of the monitors, including the one that's the AS01, which has been renamed from MS13. That one is not an SES monitor. It's a CTEH monitor, which was why it had to be renamed. But I use the EPA's version of the monitors, because you can see a full data from when they first started measuring the gases. And you can see a blank spot on the May 22nd, 2025. And we received a letter from Chiquita landfill about the exceedance. And then 59 minutes later, or actually it was a little bit longer, that we received another email saying that the event was over. There was no explanation why it was scrubbed from the data.
Okay, and do you know who it was? Was it the EPA who removed that information? Do you know?
I do not know that. Although I talked to somebody from CARB and somebody from MCAT, and they said that they were also upset that it had been scrubbed. But I have screenshots of it if you want.
No, I would just like us to find out who did remove it and why. Thank you, Ms.
Yeah,
Froling.
but there's no explanation as to why either.
I understand that you're not telling the public that, but if there's any way that we, the AQMD, can find out that information, I certainly would like to know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Hi,
Jennifer.
my name is Jennifer Elkins, and I would like to give testimony.
All right, did you accept the oath?
I did.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Sorry. So I am a Valverde resident, and I just wanted to make it clear to the board that the mitigation efforts at the landfill are not improving the quality of life to the residents and to the community. Things have actually gotten much worse. People are getting sicker by the day, and more needs to be done. We really would like to have the support for a state of emergency
Excuse me,
from
Ms. Elkins?
state of California.
Ms. Elkins? We
I'm sorry?
apologize, but
Yes.
the court reporter is unable to capture what you're stating. Is there any way you might can start over and speak a little louder?
Sure. Okay. I just want to make it clear that the mitigation efforts at the landfill that are being put in place, they are not improving the quality of life to our residents and our community members. I am one of the closest homes to the landfill, and we are seeing increased health effects daily. We really would like the support of a state of emergency by either the LA County or the state of California. We've got at least 10 people on my street alone who have had cancer in the last year. We've got children having severe nosebleeds, migraine headaches, skin rashes, and this is daily. I actually had to make the difficult decision to remove my children from the local school district, and I transferred them out further away, about 10 miles, and they'll be starting a new school next year. Many parents don't have that option because of transportation or other issues. And so our children are suffering, our community is suffering. And then to add to what Carrie was saying about the alerts, the email alerts that we get when the toxins are above the REL or a dangerous level, I think we need to do more on that as well. There should be some kind of alarm system, a mass text message system. Not everyone's checking their emails. And by the time they give us a notification that benzene's gone to 33 parts per billion, we don't have time to leave. It's already happening. And so I really do think more can be done for this community. There's a lot being done for the landfill and at the landfill. we still don't see a lot being done for the community members to protect public health and to protect our lives and our investments in our homes and this community that is so rich in history. I'm really afraid that it's going to become a ghost town. Lastly, I would like to offer, I have just recently given a community tour to local regulators and elected officials and members from the CARB board. I would like to offer that same tour to a
All right, petitioner,
No questions for this witness. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Elkins.
respondent,
No questions, thank you.
members of the hearing board.
She got cut off. She was going to offer something. I didn't catch what it was. If you could repeat that, Ms. Elkins, what you were going to offer?
Yes, I would just like to offer that same community tour to the AQMD board members. If anyone is interested, we would love to show you our community and you can see the local residents that are dealing with this on a daily basis and how we're impacted. I would really like for you guys to be able to do that.
It's something you can email to the clerk of the board?
No, I'm offering if you come in person, I can show you. I can take you around our town like I
Oh,
did for the regulators and for the elected officials so that you can see firsthand how we're being impacted.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, next.
James Stevens, you're muted.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm in the queue, I'm not next, right?
Yeah, sir, can you please speak louder, Mr. Stevens? We can't hear you at
Oh,
all.
yeah, okay. I thought there was a name before me. Okay. Yeah, so can I start or
Yes, yes,
I did-
yes, you can start, but you need to really speak loud, and can you confirm that you've accepted the oath?
I have accepted the oath.
All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm James Stevens, a resident of Castaic since 1995, also adjacent to the elementary school in Hillcrest. I urge the SQMAD board not to approve any permit to place toxic leachate processing tanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Stevens, is there any way you can speak louder?
I'll try to get closer to the mic here. I
Are you on a
urge,
speakerphone?
I'm on a computer.
Oh, okay.
Can I continue or no?
It's pretty tough for the court reporter to capture your words.
Try to get real close then here. How am I now?
A little bit better.
Okay, I urge the SQMAD or the board not to approve any permit to place the permanent toxic leachate processing tanks near Valverde or Castaic residents, schools, or businesses. The idea of making people and their children suffer worse than they do now, that can't even go outside most days, impacting individuals that already have serious health issues, is inconceivable. If the tanks must be installed to provide enough capacity to accommodate the vast overproduction of leachate, please put the tanks in the farm on the southeast location being proposed by residents. I understand that the systems are supposed to be closed-loop systems and not have a terrible impact if managed properly, but the Chiquita Canyon landfill has a proven track record of not following the rules and established government agencies already, by government agencies already. And the most recent evidence is your own report from the AQMD that came out on May 30th, saying that they have unpermitted equipment, that they have they're failing to properly maintain equipment, that they're not reporting breakdowns, that they aren't installing protective liners underneath the very type of leachate tanks, storage tanks we're talking about, and they're failing to install the proper pressure gauges on some of these tanks to maintain the negative, that they're under negative pressure. And they're failing to monitor and report all landfill gas pressure and temperature data. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, petitioner.
No questions for this witness. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stevens.
Respondent,
No questions, thank you.
members of the hearing board. All right, next speaker. Yes, Ms. Evans?
Yes.
Okay, we hear you. Great.
Okay.
All right,
Has-
did you accept the oath?
Yes, I did.
Okay, very well. The floor is yours.
Okay, I don't have anything prepared. I just know that the entire time that I have lived in the Santa Clarita Valley, which has been since 1986, in 2001, I moved to Valverde. The dump has never abided by any rules. They come around, they say everything's fine, but we smell it. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And I'll be honest with you, I have so many freaking doctors that I have to go see. I'm afraid to ask if I have cancer. My voice was never like this before, but gee, now it is. I am confined to a scooter when I go anywhere. I have oxygen tanks, and that is only in the last, what, 6 months? We're in June. This is so wrong that they continue to get everything they want, and we are screwed over and over and over. And throwing money at us is not helping us at all. Any questions?
Well, thank you, petitioner.
No questions for this witness. Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Evans.
Respondent,
No questions. Thank you.
members of the hearing board. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next speaker.
Elizabeth Jeffords.
Hi, good morning, board. This is Elizabeth Jeffords. I'm a resident of Isley Hills.
Ms. Jeffords, did you accept the oath?
I accept the oath now. I'm sorry, I just logged in. I didn't know if there was
Not
a
a
separate
problem.
process.
Oh, no, not a problem. But one more time, you accepted the oath, correct?
I have not.
Okay, then if you would, either you can cut your camera on, or we're going to take you at your word that we're going to provide you with the oath today.
Okay, take me. Yeah.
Okay, and so you raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
I have been attending these hearings for at least 2 years from my bedside, very sick. And so I appreciate the board coming last year in August in person in town. But I was unable to make it because I had my first open house. My house didn't sell. I'm literally trapped in bed here. I just want to make sure the board understands that not everyone has a voice. Not everyone can participate. And the severity of what's going on. This malicious company that has destroyed thousands of lives in silence. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I have tremors, trouble breathing, trouble seeing, trouble walking, talking, medical bills, out of control, not able to walk, not able to work, not able to contribute to society or live my life in my house. I urge you to consider the fact that we all know this company is not capable of following any regulations or continuing to abide by any abatement orders. And I urge the board to do something extreme here because we are in dire, extreme circumstances. Can we file some kind of injunction to make sure that while this company is performing whatever mitigation measures they need to do, that we are not in the area? They are forced to relocate us. That will help expedite whatever it is that they need to have done
All right, thank you. Petitioner?
No questions for this witness. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Jeffords.
Respondent?
No questions. Thank you.
Members of the hearing board? All right, next speaker. And how many speakers? Okay. So this concludes public testimony as well as general public comment. Again, I want to be very clear. We're not taking any additional testifiers and or public speakers. I'm going to turn the floor over to you, Ms. Morgan, to provide your opening statements and then call you witness, or did you want to provide the opening statements? How did you want to do it?
I can go first with
Okay.
opening if you'd prefer.
Very well, and then we'll go to, just so we're clear here about the process. The petitioner will provide opening remarks, then the respondent will call their first witness, all right? We're all good. Okay, very well. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to bring up brief exhibit to help with opening. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the hearing board. The case this morning is to hear a status update and consider a modification to the order for abatement against the Chiquita Canyon landfill for violation of odor public nuisance, as well as several other South Coast AQMD rules and regulations. As the board is aware, this facility has been under an order for abatement since September of 2023. The current status report is that the nuisance is persisting. Complaints are over 500 just in the last month. For 2025, we're at nearly 3,000 complaints. 38 notices of violation have been issued just this year, just for public nuisance. 11 of those NOVs came just in the last month, the highest single month total we've had for 2025. Additionally, 5 other notices of violation for violation of various district rules in the Health and Safety Code have been issued just this calendar year. To put this in a little bit of perspective, we can compare the current odor nuisance event to Chiquita's last public nuisance order for abatement. Prior to this current case, Chiquita was under a public nuisance order for abatement from around mid-2020 to the end of 2022. During that 29-month period, Chiquita received 970 complaints, was issued 25 notices of violation. This nuisance is an order of magnitude worse. The complaints and notices of violation issued just in the first 5 months of this year easily exceed the entirety of the prior public nuisance event. As we approach nearly 2 years of this order for abatement, we are looking at close to 30,000 complaints. Notices of violation are at 340, again, just for violating public nuisance. As the board is aware, the underlying cause of this public nuisance is a subsurface event or reaction that is causing high temperatures beneath the surface of the landfill and changes in landfill gas and leachate composition and quantities. The evidence that you will hear today shows that this reaction is expanding. This is the consensus conclusion of every public agency that has reviewed the data and issued findings. This conclusion is based on a comprehensive review by leading national experts. Today, you will hear from one of those experts, Mr. Todd Thalhammer. Mr. Thalhammer has served as a subject matter expert on these subsurface events at landfills across the country and the world. He is one of the leading published authors on the state of knowledge about these types of landfill events. And as a senior waste management engineer with Cal Recycle, he has reviewed all of the underlying data at Chiquita. You'll hear in testimony today why he disagrees with Chiquita's conclusion that the reaction has not moved in any direction more than one well over 2 years. You'll hear instead his testimony as to why he and other independent experts believe this reaction is actually spreading eastward across the northern portion of the landfill. And you'll also hear, as a consistent theme today in evidence across multiple witnesses, that Chiquita has a predetermined conclusion about the state of this landfill, and then it works to fit the data to its pre-existing conclusion. When the data doesn't fit, Chiquita works to obscure, and in some cases, even ignore the relevant data. The result from Chiquita is a distorted picture of the state of this reaction. For example, Chiquita's own consultants have set 2,000 parts per million as an indicator threshold for carbon monoxide levels, as an indicator of where the reaction might be. They are required under the order for abatement to produce graphs like this that show the carbon monoxide levels in wells. Except they produce them in ranges that only show between 1,000 and 1 million. You can see that the vast majority of wells, both inside or outside of the reaction area on this map, fall into that broad range. But based on the data that Chiquita actually presents, you would have no way to tell which of these little pink wells are actually showing an indication of the reaction. This is not an isolated incident from Chiquita. This is, for example, an exhibit that Chiquita prepared just last week for presentation in this very hearing. This is exhibit 4F, showing average oxygen levels. Again, presenting only two ranges, between 0 or 2 to 100%, doesn't allow us to understand the significant problems. Problems like this well right here. This is CV-1906. It's had oxygen intake of up to 18% during the last year. That's well above the recommended maximum allowance of 2 to 5% to prevent subsurface fires. But the way Chiquita presents data doesn't allow us to understand the significant oxygen overdraws occurring at Chiquitas. Another example is temperature. Temperature is the single most important indicator of a subsurface event at a landfill. This is a plot of temperature probes at the landfill that Chiquita is required to prepare and submit to regulators on a weekly basis. This is that same plot submitted 1 week later. If you are just looking at this data and looking at the color scale, for example, you might think this is a good news story. TP24, temperature probe 24, you can see has moved from the orange up to the yellow. You might be tempted to think that's great news, we're lowering the temperatures. Unless you actually dive into the data and you see the temperature actually rose during this period of time, it's just that Chiquita has altered the scale. This prevents us from being able to compare temperature data over time. This creates a distortion of the picture, and it hides the very real problem that there are enormously high temperatures well outside of the reaction area that Chiquita is willing to admit. And some of those temperatures, like TP24, are actually getting worse over time. Chiquita sometimes also flatly ignores data. For example, when Chiquita wanted to publish a sweeping conclusion that landfill gas surface emissions are decreasing, it did so without evaluating, analyzing, or even acknowledging or mentioning the data set of ground measured surface emissions at the landfill. Because this data set does not support a conclusion that emissions are going down. This is, in fact, the emissions are still astonishingly high at Chiquita. That blue bar at the bottom of the graph, that's the maximum surface emissions permitted under Rule 1150.1. This is the landscape of where we are today. This is the background that sets the question that is ultimately before the board for today. What needs to change at this landfill? The South Coast AQMD today is proposing two sets of modifications. The first is a set of stipulated modifications where the parties agree. Among these, as you can see on the right-hand side in the red lines, The parties are proposing at South Coast AQMD's insistence to provide granular detail of how Chiquita is now required to report, to ensure that we are reporting in a way that illuminates rather than obscures the data. In any normal case, I wouldn't have to make this level of specificity, but what we have in data is not sufficient to get an objective picture. The stipulated modifications also do things like mandating repairs to the geosynthetic cover be of a higher quality material so that we can prevent future rips and tears. You've heard about this in past testimony. We've heard about how those rips and tears are contributing to surface emissions. Using a higher quality and thicker material is designed to prevent future tears and prevent future surface emissions. The stipulated modifications also set a proposed next hearing in October and propose to extend this board's jurisdiction over the landfill until October of 2026. The South Coast AQMD is also proposing 2 contested conditions, because more than just addressing the distorted picture from how they are specifying reporting, this board also needs to address the real objective picture. And the picture is that this landfill is in a state of deterioration. First, to address this, the district proposes to require a remote monitoring and control system on Chiquita's landfill gas control collection equipment. This system will provide both real-time monitoring and automate the well tuning process to enable real-time adjustments to the wells backed by data. It will be based, this automation and running of an operation of the collection system would be based on a written policy developed by Chiquita and approved by the South Coast AQMD. Second, the district proposes an aerial monitoring for methane across the landfill. Methane is a major component of landfill gas. The district proposes weekly monitoring events over the reaction area and monthly across the entirety of the landfill. This would require the respondent to remediate any emissions found from this monitoring within 2 hours. This type of monitoring, which Chiquita actually already does voluntarily, is designed to help faster detect hot spots of emissions so that you can correct them quicker and limit the amount of emissions getting into the air and ultimately the communities. Chiquita proposes no changes be made to their landfill gas collection system. Chiquita does, in theory, accept the proposal of aerial monitoring, but only if Chiquita is allowed to unilaterally determine that aerial monitoring is or isn't equivalent to ground level monitoring, and then unilaterally decide to stop either the ground level monitoring or the aerial monitoring after only 3 instances. Chiquita also proposes to lessen the frequency of this monitoring to only monthly. The district believes that the objective data will show that there is absolutely no basis to lessen monitoring at all, but the objective data will show that it is particularly and especially problematic to put Chiquita in charge of solely deciding what data we gather. The district today asks the board to make the contested findings and issue this order on a contested basis under Rule 806. First, finding that Chiquita is in violation of Section 41,700 and Rule 402, that Chiquita is afforded due process in this hearing, and that while no elimination of this business is expected, if it were to happen from the imposition of these conditions, there would be a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. The district further asks that you determine the South Coast AQMD's proposals are determined appropriate under Rule 805. In support of those conditions, the district will present 4 witnesses for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Ali and members of the hearing board. Chiquita is here before you today for a status update and contested modification hearing. As always, Chiquita appreciates the time and dedication of this hearing board to the ongoing oversight of Chiquita's mitigation of this rare elevated temperature landfill event. Before outlining why Chiquita is compelled to contest Condition 75 in particular, and why we believe the board will agree with our position, I will outline the many positive developments at the landfill. Chiquita has submitted written declarations from members of the Reaction Committee that show the constant work its dedicated team of employees and consultants undertakes each and every day to comply with the now approximately 97 substantive conditions of this stipulated order. As the hearing board understands well, in order to mitigate the reaction, we must remove gas and liquids to reduce temperature and relieve pressure. As directed by this hearing board and other regulatory agencies, Chiquita continues to take steps to do just that. As of May 22nd, Chiquita has installed a total of 292 new landfill gas extraction wells. Chiquita has also started the newest round of drilling, installing 13 new wells so far in 2025. These wells are achieving deeper depths, some up to 200 feet, and the tailings from these recently installed wells are cool. Also, as of May 22nd, 160 of the wells have operational pumps to extract liquids, many of which are custom designed and manufactured for the specific location. While working tirelessly to resolve the reaction, Chiquita also continues to take many steps to reduce potential offsite impacts. In order to reduce fugitive surface emissions, this hearing board and other agencies have directed Chiquita to increase its flaring capacity and to cover large portions of the landfill with a geosynthetic cover. Chiquita has done so and continues to improve on these measures. Chiquita has recently added a second thermal oxidizer to increase flaring capacity. The thermal oxidizers are better able to process the reaction gas. At the recommendation of the Reaction Committee, Chiquita has now found and is bringing on site a third thermal oxidizer. Chiquita is also working on expanding the geosynthetic cover as required by orders of separate regulators. During the expansion, one of the thermal oxidizers will be relocated. This new third thermal oxidizer will play a crucial role during this relocation process of providing necessary redundancy. These measures are working. Flaring capacity has improved. The flux chamber studies show that surface emissions have decreased, and both on and off-site air monitoring data demonstrates an improvement in air quality. Chiquita is proud of the improvements made on site and welcomes the hearing board to tour the site at any time. We think it's important to see the site in person to understand the scale of mitigation measures and improved site conditions, and we're happy to coordinate with the district on a site visit. Chiquita's work on remediation and odor reduction is by no means done. You've heard repeatedly that addressing a reaction is a long-term process. Chiquita and its experts have always acknowledged that. But I think you will be glad to hear throughout the course of this hearing that we are seeing concrete progress on objective measures and data points. Chiquita and the district have been able to come to an agreement on several modifications to the stipulated order, including extending the hearing board's jurisdiction until October 31st, 2026. However, Chiquita contests today two conditions proposed by the district. It is important to keep in mind Chiquita's history of cooperation and collaboration with its regulators on structuring and implementing this stipulated order. Chiquita has spent 10 days before this hearing board, and over the course of those hearings has agreed to 97 substantive conditions. The stipulated order is now over 100 pages. Each month, Chiquita submits a report under Condition 8, demonstrating actions taken under this order. Each monthly report reaches over 1,100 pages. Chiquita has only contested conditions 2 other times, both of which ultimately ended with stipulated resolutions between the parties. We hope that may be the case during this hearing after our evidence is considered. Chiquita contests the district's proposed condition number 75, which will harm Chiquita's mitigation efforts. The district wants Chiquita to install an automated wellhead control system, a system that leaves landfill gas wellfield decision-making to machines and algorithms instead of highly trained and specialized landfill gas technicians. These automated wellhead control systems were designed to shut landfill gas extraction wells off when there is low quality gas, undermining the litany of measures Chiquita has taken to improve landfill gas extraction, a measure the parties agree is necessary to slow the reaction. These systems were intended to improve methane quality by turning down the flow of gas and increasing the ratio of methane. This methane-rich gas could then be used more profitably for renewable natural gas projects. However, and this is critical for odor control as the board knows, turning down the flow of gas means you collect less gas and have more fugitive emissions that may impact the community. The expert testimony will demonstrate this simple fact. We urge the board not to order measures that will frustrate landfill gas extraction efforts and will ultimately result in more harm to the community surrounding Chiquita. Proposed Condition 75 will increase emissions and prevent effective mitigation of the reaction through extraction of heat. Chiquita needs to collect as much landfill gas as possible, regardless of the quality. The automated wellhead control system proposed by the district and the mandated parameters will do the exact opposite. No other elevated temperature landfill in the country has ever successfully used one of these systems. These machines have never been programmed or trained on these types of conditions. The district will not be able to provide evidence demonstrating the feasibility and functionality of an automated wellhead control system in an elevated temperature landfill environment. The manufacture of these machines indicates that this system will not withstand the conditions at Chiquita. For example, the manufacturer specifically states that the machines are rated only for temperatures up to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Chiquita and the community cannot take the risk that this system will impede its extraction of gas or liquids from the landfill. As you will hear from Chiquita's witnesses, Chiquita's mitigation measures are working as intended, and these efforts should not be forestalled simply because the district wants to eliminate every judgment call that could be made at the landfill. If the board orders an automated system despite this evidence, Chiquita will have to contest it in Superior Court to prevent the conditions from likely worsening. The board will also decide competing proposals relating to proposed new condition number 77, which in any event will do nothing to directly reduce emissions at the landfill. Here, Chiquita does not contest the underlying concept of using aerial methane surveillance technology at the landfill. As the district pointed out, Chiquita is in fact already using this methodology voluntarily. However, the district seeks to mandate the use of aerial surveillance using a methodology known as OTM 51, which has not been approved for use in California. Chiquita has proposed the logical step of studying this not yet approved methodology and comparing it with the traditional surface emissions monitoring methodology required by Rule 1150.1, which is already being used on a frequent basis under Conditions 9 and 10 of the stipulated order. The district seems to have confused Chiquita's proposal. Chiquita does not propose any changes to Condition 9 and 10 of the stipulated order, other than determining through this study which is the appropriate methodology to be used. If the results of both methods, aerial surveillance on the one hand, traditional surface monitoring on the other, are comparable, Chiquita proposes it would continue to use the aerial surveillance for its emissions monitoring requirements. If the methodologies do not show comparable results, Chiquita would not be required to use this aerial monitoring under the stipulated order. Chiquita's proposal would provide valuable data to the South Coast AQMD and CARB, which is considering approval of OTM 51 as an alternative to traditional surface emissions monitoring. We ask that the hearing board consider the value and utility of this study and testing proposal to the regulators and the greater regulated community, rather than rushing to order a new method. As you will hear from the district witnesses, you will likely hear from the district witnesses that the reaction is expanding and that as a result, these contested conditions are necessary. Chiquita adamantly disputes these allegations. Chiquita's witnesses have spent years studying this facility. They will describe that conditions on site are vastly different than from when the reaction was first identified. The board knows this from its own intense involvement over the course of hearing dozens of hours of testimony and evidence. These improvements include the 46-acre geosynthetic cover and increased flaring capacity, which have significantly reduced fugitive surface emissions and odors. There have also been no leachate seeps since February of 2025. Chiquita has dialed in its leachate extraction capabilities. In May of 2025, Chiquita extracted over 7.8 million gallons of liquid, up approximately 4 million gallons since March of 2024. This is a good thing. Increased extraction means we have improved our ability to extract hot liquids and mitigate the reaction. To support their allegations that the reaction is expanding, you may hear the district witnesses use new terminology and refer to this event as a subsurface elevated temperature event, or a SET. Do not let this new terminology mislead you. The term SET is not going to be describing the reaction at all. Rather, by using this terminology, district witnesses are going to focus on temperature, using only one metric used to determine where reaction conditions exist. This new terminology may be used to support arguments that a new boundary line needs to be drawn, or somehow new measures like conditions number 75 and 77 are justified. But don't be misled. The science and engineering you will hear will show otherwise. So what is a SET? It's not simply a term that can be substituted for an ETLF, as district witnesses may lead you to believe. CalRecycle defines a SET as occurring whenever any temperature measured at the landfill is above 131 degrees. A SET could include a traditional landfill subsurface fire. This type of heating event has different impacts and different mitigation measures. In contrast, an elevated temperature landfill event, or an ETLF, occurs when elevated temperatures inhibit the microbes that decompose waste. In the absence of those microbes, a chemical reaction can take over the decomposition process. This chemical reaction rapidly increases the production of leachate and gas and changes its chemical constituents. It is this event, a reaction, that we have discussed with the hearing board over the course of these abatement proceedings. And it is this event, a reaction, which takes into account more than just temperature. It includes key items like landfill gas composition that the reaction committee has been tasked by the hearing board with tracking. The stipulated order does not ask for a boundary determined only by temperature, but by the variety of factors that must be taken into account when evaluating whether an area of the waste mass is experiencing a reaction. Any statements from the district's witness from CalRecycle referencing a subsurface elevated temperature event are not discussing a reaction. A SET event looks at temperature only. Temperature is important, Chiquita's witnesses agree, but academic literature confirms that you need more than heat to show that a reaction is present. The district's position asks the hearing board throw away its entire understanding of the events taking place at the Chiquita Canyon landfill by simply changing terminology. But do not let that changed terminology distract from the issue before the board today. Keep in mind that the boundary area determination exercise is simply that, an exercise to approximate the boundary of the reaction. It's an attempt to put a three-dimensional reaction taking place deep underground onto a flat piece of paper. This exercise has never been carried out before at another reaction landfill, and the line cannot be treated with the precision of a survey line. The importance in evaluating that boundary is to inform appropriate mitigation measures. But throughout this debate, as the board knows, the mitigation measures remain the same. Maximize extraction of landfill gas and liquids while maintaining cover integrity and destruction capacity to reduce fugitive emissions. To recap, the district's proposal to mandate an automated wellhead control system set at specific parameters will not accomplish this goal. In order to adopt a contested condition, this hearing board needs to make certain findings. The hearing board will be unable to make all of these findings. Specifically, and most importantly, the evidence will show that the conditions imposed will have no corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants and may in fact make them worse. Any decision adopting these conditions would be unsupported by substantial evidence and arbitrary and capricious. The automated system contained in the district's proposed Condition 75 will immediately reduce gas flow and decrease extraction of landfill gas. Surface emissions will increase. Heat removal will slow. We need to pull out all gas, regardless of its quality. And the machine cannot make the real-life decisions that wellfield technicians are trained to make in the field. This automated wellhead control system has never been programmed or attempted at an elevated temperature landfill, and Chiquita should not be the first. There's too much at stake. For these reasons, we ask that the hearing board reject the automated wellhead control system proposal and adopt Chiquita's study proposal with respect to an aerial methane surveillance study. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Your first witness.
Yes, thank you. We'll call Mr. Robert Dick.
So as Mr. Dick's coming, just want to confirm, does anyone need a break? Are you? Okay, okay, very well. Why don't we take, what do you say? 10 minutes. We take a 10-minute break while he prepares himself. Madam Court Reporter, you good? All right, we're off the record. We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Oh, no, thanks.
Test 1, 2, check.
Yeah, there's.
There's a microphone on right now. I can hear you guys. Thank you, James.
We're back on the record at 10:50. We're back on the record at 10:52 a.m. Ms. Morgan, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dick.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Robert Dick, RobertDick.
Mr. Dick, did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
What has been your role in the implementation of this stipulated order?
I serve on the reaction committee as the expert in subsurface chemical reactions.
You executed a declaration in this matter on May 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
For the hearing board, that is exhibit QQQ. And Mr. Dick, we're not going to repeat anything that was in your declaration. Instead, today I'm going to ask you some questions about the analysis you undertake each month as part of the reaction area boundary determination, your overall impression of the success of the current mitigation measures, and your opinion on the contested condition 75 regarding the proposed automated wellhead control system. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation to accompany your testimony?
Yes, I do.
For the hearing board, that is exhibit QQU, and we have it up on the screen and I believe shared through Zoom. First, I'm going to ask you a few brief questions about your expertise. You have done similar work at other landfills experiencing ETLF events, correct?
Yes.
How many other landfills experiencing ETLFs have you worked on?
Other than the Chiquita Canyon landfill, I've performed work assignments at 3 other ETLF sites that were comparable in scope and magnitude to Chiquita, and an additional 3 ETLF sites that were somewhat substantially less significant in scope and magnitude than Chiquita.
Let's focus on the landfills that are most like Chiquita. Have those ETLFs resolved?
Yes, they've been resolved in terms of the off-site mitigation impacts have greatly diminished, and also that upon completion of the corrective measures, that they have actually warranted no special attention or scrutiny from regulatory agencies.
Can you provide a brief overview of the mitigation measures you and your team implemented at those successfully resolved ETLFs?
Well, they're the same corrective measures that we're implementing here at Chiquita. First and foremost, aggressive heat removal through the expansion of landfill gas collection control system and dewatering infrastructure. Certainly the installation of a geosynthetic cover cap system. There's in situ temperature monitoring of the waste materials. And then also at some locations, we performed ambient air quality monitoring.
How long did it take for those sites to substantially decrease offsite impacts?
Yeah, once the completion of the corrective measures and remedial activities were completed, it generally required about 18 to 24 months to observe dramatic, substantial improvement in those impacts.
And when were those measures completed at Chiquita?
Well, the expansion of the landfill gas collection and control system, according to the SOFA conditions, was completed towards the end of last year, and that included a dewatering system expansion. Although I point out that even here in 2025, there continues to be additional pumps added, and as was stated earlier, wells are currently being drilled. And then about the same time, again, towards the last month or two of 2024, the deployment of the interim exposed geomembrane cap was completed as well.
Let's talk next about your monthly reactionary determinations and the evaluations that you lead. Your declaration describes the factors that the committee considers in its evaluation, which is seen on the list at slide 2 in your presentation. Is that right?
Yes, those are the criteria that are outlined in each letter that accompanies the monthly delineation exercise.
Let's discuss your methodology for conducting each monthly reactionary determination. What's the first step in your process?
We aggregate and analyze the compiled monthly data, measurements, and observations and compare those to the threshold that are stated here in those limits to look for any exceedances or values that are greater than those values.
Once you've compared the data that you've compiled to those thresholds, what do you do next?
Well, next, we're really looking at individual parameters at individual locations for month-over-month changes and essentially looking for long-term trends in the data.
Why do you look at trends?
Well, we're specifically interested in establishing reliability and consistency of the data and repeatability, and not looking for fluctuations that may occur over a relatively short period of or duration.
And why is that?
Well, the manner in which reactions behave at ETLFs is that they take a long period of time to exhibit those characteristics of temperature, gas composition changes, settlement, and all of the criteria that are listed there. And they do not respond with short-term fluctuations. So those type of short-term fluctuations are not indicative of the presence or perhaps absence of the reaction.
So if you see data that has exceeded a threshold for the first time, or a sharp spike in a certain data point, do you exclude that data from consideration?
No, there's never any data that's excluded. All the data is important. But again, we are looking for corroborating evidence from multiple parameters to substantiate a determination that the reaction is occurring within the waste materials at that location.
So if a data point had a rapid change or a significant fluctuation, do you dig into it deeper to try to understand what you're seeing?
Yeah, that's what the reaction committee does, and that's memorialized in each of our monthly events where we bring forth statements about our deliberations and any places where we've observed those measurements indicating potential, presence of the reaction.
So it's possible that you would still add that area to the reaction area and revise the boundary.
It is possible, but again, we're looking for multiple parameters to demonstrate and corroborate the potential presence of a reaction at that location.
And is that the last step in your methodology, looking for that corroborating evidence across other parameters?
Yes, that's correct. That's what we're looking to do as we execute the scientific process and then ultimately use our professional opinion to arrive at a finding and conclusion on the delineation.
So let's talk more about the concept of this delineation or line drawing exercise. Are you aware of this exercise being undertaken at any other ETLF site in the country?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Is the reaction area boundary line an absolute certainty?
No, what this is certainly the best estimate that we have by analyzing and interpreting the data. It's a two-dimensional representation on the surface of the landfill on a drawing of where we believe is most probable for the three-dimensional reaction and large-scale heating event to be occurring. It's not, intended to be a surgically precise line, almost like a utility marking in your front yard or anything.
So I'd like to give the hearing board and the public an example of how your methodology for the reactionary boundary evaluation works in practice. We can move now to slide 3. I'm going to ask you a few questions about a temperature probe installed in Chiquita, which has the name TP8. TP8 is circled on this slide, is that right?
That's correct.
And TP8 was closely scrutinized in the January reactionary determination, correct?
Yes, it was.
TP8 is co-located with a gas well, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that means it shares the same borehole as a landfill gas extraction well, correct?
Yes, both well casing and the probe casing pipe are in almost near proximity and intimate contact within the common borehole.
In January, TP8 showed elevated temperatures for the first time, correct?
Yes, it did.
But the reaction committee did not expand the reaction area to include the waste mass around TP8, correct?
That's correct. We did not include it.
Why is that?
So TP8 and the co-located well in the common borehole were temporarily decommissioned on October 3rd to allow for and facilitate capping work that was going on in the area. And that required both the well and the temperature probe instrumentation to be temporarily decommissioned. And when it was reactivated on January 10th, those temperature probes indicated some elevated temperatures that were uncharacteristic of that location previously. What we did notice as we evaluated the January data, there was about 3 weeks of continuing cooling or diminishing temperatures in the thermocouples, and that was certainly interesting and unexpected because reactions don't typically cool quickly or rapidly over a period of just 3 weeks. So the reaction committee opted to forego immediate inclusion of that and observe what was the future data in February was going to show us. And so we opted to not make an adjustment at that time.
Before making that determination, did you also evaluate gas composition and the other parameters that were shown on that last slide?
Yes, we evaluated gas composition at the co-located well, as well as some surrounding neighboring wells in immediate proximity to that well. And then, of course, we applied the full slate of other parameters to make a determination of, and which indicated there was no evidence of the reaction conditions being present.
Have you continued to watch TP8 since that time?
Yes, each month we evaluate the temperatures, the gas composition, and other parameters in that vicinity and at that location.
What's happened to the temperatures since January?
So that decreasing trend that we saw in January continued through February, and it was a fairly significant cooling of the thermocouples. Those are the temperature sensors at all depths. Depth intervals within that probe, and that continued until early March, at which time the temperatures leveled out or were stable and consistent. They've been that way from mid-March through early June, and what those temperatures are inconsistent with the presence of an actual elevated temperature condition or reaction at all depth intervals in that location. So I believe it was a prudent and appropriate choice we made back in January.
Is this an example of how rapid extraction of gas and liquids can successfully reduce temperature in a landfill?
Yeah, I think that's TP8 is a poster child case study for the mitigation measures that have been implemented here over past several months and years even, are accomplishing the mission to cool the temperatures and prevent any expansion of the reaction conditions.
Let's talk now about some counterpoints to your opinions. You are aware that there are at least some regulators that disagree with your assessment of the reaction boundaries, correct?
Correct.
Have you read the March 28th, 2025 letter authored by Todd Thalhammer from CalRecycle, which is before this hearing board as District Exhibit 77?
Yes, I have reviewed that document.
That letter includes many statements concerning the ETLF, and I'd like to walk through some of those with you now. Do you agree that the reaction area has expanded to the east and south of the existing geomembrane cover?
No, I don't agree with that finding.
Do you agree that temperature is the key metric in tracking ETLF events?
Well, I certainly agree that it is one of the key metrics. Elevated temperatures and reaction sites exhibit elevated temperatures. That's certainly why the industry coined the term elevated temperature landfill. The acronym is ETLF. So certainly the presence of atypical and uncharacteristic heat is one of the metrics.
Should temperature be the only factor considered when evaluating a reaction boundary?
I don't believe so, no.
Mr. Thaller's letter states that 131 degrees Fahrenheit should be the threshold at which a subsurface elevated temperature event is deemed to have started. Is there a distinction between a subsurface elevated temperature event, or a SET, as described in Mr. Thaller's letter, and an ETLF event, which is what we're concerned with?
Based on my review of Mr. Thalhammer's report, it appears that he's using the acronym SET, or subsurface elevated temperature, to refer to any elevated temperature above 131 degrees Fahrenheit that's present in the waste, attributed to any and all circumstances. The industry has many years ago adopted the term elevated temperature landfill and ETLF to distinguish a large-scale heating event that's present in the waste. It's attributed to a chemical reaction. It undergoes abiotic, which means non-biological conditions. It's anaerobic. Again, that means without the presence of oxygen, and it inhibits methanogenesis. I don't believe that the SET, which again is all-encompassing heat for any reason, is an appropriate use or terribly valuable in identifying the approximate location that the reaction is probable to exist within the waste mass.
Is it fair to say that an ETLF is a type of SET based on the definition in Mr. Thalhammer's letter?
That's a good way to characterize it, yes.
Mr. Thalhammer's letter also talks about the distinction between wellhead temperatures and downhole temperatures. Do you agree that those temperatures can be different?
Yes, I do agree there's a distinction between the gas temperatures measured flowing through the wellhead versus in situ waste temperatures.
Do you agree with Mr. Thalhammer's suggestion that wellhead data is inappropriate to use when evaluating a reaction?
I disagree with that statement. Look, we have opportunities for measuring temperature and indicating the presence of atypical heat through three sources at a landfill. Number one, you can certainly measure the gas temperature as it's extracted and flows through the wellhead. Two, you can install in situ waste temperature sensors. They're suspended in a casing pipe down at different depth intervals into the waste. And third, you can insert a temperature sensor into an active gas well and measure the dewatering, the downhole temperature. So we call it gas temperatures, in situ waste temperatures, or down well temperatures. All three are valuable, so I don't understand why we would arbitrarily dismiss or disregard systemically the gas wellhead temperatures. I believe they are appropriate and are useful. At elevated temperature reaction sites, while those three temperatures are certainly different values, what we have found, what the industry has identified and memorialized, is we see elevated atypical values in all three locations from all three sources.
When comparing temperature data to other landfills, which of those three sources do you find most useful?
Yeah, well, so throughout the 40 years or so of modern sanitary landfilling under Subtitle D, the vast majority of landfills only have access to gas wellhead temperatures. And it's worth pointing out that gas wellhead temperatures are the source that are prescribed in the EPA regulations. So they're extremely valuable, I think, for use in this exercise and in characterizing whether a reaction is present or not present.
Mr. Thalhammer's letter discusses shallow depth temperature spikes observed at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. Are such spikes typical of an ETLF event?
No, as I stated before, the reaction cannot heat and cool dramatically in a rapid fashion. So we don't expect to see spikes, and by spike, I'm interpreting it as a sudden and substantial increase with a correlating sudden and substantial decrease in temperature. That's just unusual and unexpected. At a reaction site, that would be more characteristic of a subsurface fire event. Subsurface oxidation is another name for it.
So have you considered whether there could be a different type of set, like a subsurface oxidation event, taking place at the landfill?
Absolutely. The reaction committee and Chiquita are very much aware of the potential for subsurface oxidation fires to potentially occur. So we are evaluating that each and every time we perform the exercise. And frankly, the on-site personnel are looking at that on a continuous basis.
What data points lead you to believe that there is not a fire and has not been a fire at the landfill?
Yeah, I don't believe Chiquita is experiencing a subsurface oxidation or fire or smoldering combustion of the waste type event for several reasons. Number one, the liquid levels within the waste mass are extremely elevated. In other words, at very shallow depths, you'll find that the void spaces or the gaps in the waste are completely saturated. So that would have to occur essentially in a submerged below the water table, leachate table situation. Number two, what we are finding is elevated concentrations of hydrogen and dimethyl sulfide, two chemical constituents in the gas, which are not produced by a fire or subsurface oxidation. Both hydrogen and dimethyl sulfide are common characteristics of a reaction. And third, the characteristics that usually accompany a subsurface oxidation or fire event are smoke, visible smoke emissions, black char and residue in the landfill gas collection components, and then that acrid odor of burning trash. All three of those have been absent during the duration of this heating event.
Following the methodology you discussed earlier today, what other data have you evaluated to consider why the shallow spikes are occurring?
Well, so Chiquita has implemented, as I think all parties recognize, an aggressive dewatering program, and that dewatering and gas extraction program does move heat through the well casing pipe and lowers the liquid levels that allow the potential movement of heat on a fairly rapid basis. So I suspect that spikes that are observed in terms of temperature, the heat being moved, and those are being recorded by the temperature probes, are likely to be because of the intentional mitigation measures for extraction of the heat. And that's imperative as a abatement policy or strategy here at the site.
How could the dewatering efforts contribute to the shallow spikes? Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, what happens when the dedicated dewatering pipe that's inserted in the well is activated is it begins stroking, pumping to extract the liquid, and the perforated pipe in the upper zone of the well is exposed, and that enables a influx of gas to be extracted. That also can be exceptionally warm gas because it's been kind of stagnant out in the waste mass building up heat. And so we generally do experience a initial burst of heat coming through upon initial activation of dewatering. Typically, that is not sustained, and there's a cooling that follows that initial heat as the well is continued to be dewatered and the gas achieves a more uniform and sustainable temperature.
So many of these spikes have been observed in wells that are co-located with a temperature monitoring probe and a gas extraction well are co-located. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Do you think that makes a difference?
Oh, absolutely. I suspect that the intentional extraction of heat as a imperative mitigation measure through a well casing pipe that's located only a few inches, maybe a foot or two from the temperature probes suspended, and they're in a common borehole, which is backfilled by aggregate, very much would influence the measurements being recorded by the temperature probes to show as I described, initial, rather dramatic short-term increase in heat, followed by an equally dramatic decrease in the heat.
Mr. Thalamer's letter also states that it's the opinion of CalRecycle staff that Chiquita has caused other subsurface elevated temperature events to occur in the shallow zone by overdrawing the gas collection and control system. Do you agree?
I disagree with that. Based on my review and the reaction committee's review of all of the data, we don't find any compelling evidence that a subsurface oxidation or fire or smolder event have been initiated at this facility.
Do you think that would be possible given the level of liquids found inside the landfill?
Again, yeah, I'm not sure that I quite can fathom how that type of event could be occurring given the elevated liquid levels that remain despite the dewatering that has been initiated. While the water table has been lowered, it's still relatively high. And frankly, we continue to see the concentrations of hydrogen and dimethyl sulfide, which are very much characteristic of a reaction and very much not characteristic of a SSO or fire event.
Mr. Thalamer's letter also points to semi-annual and NESHAP reports that are required by the EPA. And there's a table in that letter showing a summary of results that Mr. Thalamer states indicates the ETLF event is increasing in magnitude from July 2023 to December 2024. Do you agree with that assessment?
No, I actually find that part of the report to be a bit disingenuous, as the hearing board and all parties recognize Chiquita, and has been stated earlier, Chiquita has initiated installation of nearly 300 additional landfill gas wells, many of which have been intentionally positioned within the reaction area or closely in the adjacent border region for the purpose of these corrective measures. So to use the well count essentially as evidence, it doesn't seem substantiated or relevant in terms of then claiming that because there's just more, an increase in number of the wells, that's evidence that the reaction is expanding.
Based on your testimony, I know that you don't agree with opinions that the reaction is worsening, but even if it were, hypothetically, would you recommend that Chiquita take any actions other than what it is already doing?
No, I wouldn't recommend for any additional actions. These best management strategies are proven to be effective. They're clearly, overtly recommended and stated in the EPA guidance on how to address elevated temperature landfills. They are certainly developed by the industry as the best mitigation and best management strategies, getting the heat out through water and gas extraction and capping. So I would recommend that we stay the course on that.
And for the hearing board, the EPA guidance Mr. Dick just referenced can be found at Exhibit V. And Mr. Dick, you were just at the landfill on Monday, correct?
Yes.
Is your overall opinion that the mitigation measures required by the stipulated order and other orders from other agencies have been effective?
Yes, that is my opinion.
Why is that?
Well, we've accomplished significant increase and enabled more robust heat extraction because of the expansion of the gas dewatering and the capping that's happened there. Certainly, the reaction area remains stable and contained and relatively localized in that northwest portion of the site. And frankly, we do not observe the extreme heat that's present within the heart of the reaction area anywhere else on site. There's just no evidence of those, the magnitude of those temperatures being present. So for that reason, that's my opinion.
Are there areas in the reaction area that have been cooling?
There are a few sub areas, if you want to call them, within the 28-acre data-driven reaction area boundary that's represented by the dashed magenta dashed line. And we do see some evidence of cooler temperatures within that area. So I'm greatly encouraged by that.
Do you think it's important for your assessment to be physically present and have seen the conditions at the landfill?
Yes, I derive a lot of information and context by my personal site reconnaissance on the facility, using those observations, and that informs my opinions and findings greatly.
Given everything you've just testified to, do you think this means the issue is solved?
No, I didn't mean for my statements to imply that we're done at all. Chiquita will need to continue to operate and maintain the infrastructure that has been installed. We will need to continue to analyze that data. And so I don't think we're solved in terms of this issue. As I've testified before this hearing board, before on several occasions, ETLF reaction landfills are certainly unfortunate, and they require a long duration for remedial activities. But even now, Chiquita continues to install additional pumps, install additional landfill gas extraction wells, and they're planning to deploy additional capping geosynthetic cover material.
So let's move now to your last area of testimony for the day. South Coast AQMD's proposed new condition that would require Chiquita to install an automated wellhead control system at the landfill. Under current condition 66, Chiquita has already been required to install a remote monitoring system at the landfill, correct?
That's correct.
What is your understanding of the requirement of this contested condition?
So condition 75 deviates into the realm of automated well field control system. Condition 66 looked at just remote monitoring or the data gathering. But here, what's being proposed is that there will be a modulating valve that will be controlled based on a series of logical commands that govern whether the valve opens up or throttles close. That will change the applied vacuum to the well and will either increase or decrease the corresponding landfill gas flow. So it'll affect the quantity of gas that's being removed, and that's all being predicated based on gas composition.
In your expert opinion, would this proposed condition allow Chiquita to better manage the reaction?
No, I don't believe so, and there is the possibility that it would actually worsen the response measures here.
How could this condition make the reaction worse?
Well, so what's intended here is that the focus is on methane quality, and so the modulating valve will open or close to achieve a prescribed gas composition or methane quality, and it's focused on eliminating poor quality gas and looking for richer quality gas, and that's defined by the methane content alone. And then it will potentially extract less gas, which is counterproductive and not what we want to occur at Chiquita, where our mission and our goal here is to extract the maximum quantity of gas independent of quality, but clearly in a responsible manner.
Can you explain for the hearing board the history of this system? Why were these types of systems initially designed for the industry?
Yeah, these systems were developed initially, again, to maximize the methane content. Methane is the component in landfill gas that has the potential to do useful work. So we derive energy from the methane component. And so they were intended to maximize methane when the landfill gas to energy was seeking to produce renewable natural gas as the energy product.
If you reduce the extraction of gas from the landfill by using the automated wellhead control system advocated by the district here, where will it go?
Well, it certainly could remain uncollected and essentially build up or aggregate within the waste mass itself. That would be concerning and detrimental because it would increase the pressure and the temperature and could potentially cause the reaction to propagate and spread to unaffected areas of the landfill. If it doesn't stay in the landfill, then it will escape somewhere, and that would increase the uncollected fugitive emissions and contribute to odors in the offsite communities.
Are automated well field control systems common?
No, they're not common yet in the industry.
Are there many vendors or manufacturers that design these systems?
Based on my personal experience as a practitioner, I'm aware of two. They're manufactured by LOCI, sometimes pronounced LOCI, and another firm called APIS.
Are you aware of any automated well field control systems in a landfill experiencing an ETLF event?
No, I'm not aware that those have been installed at ETLF sites.
These machines are programmed with algorithms to adjust the valves based on set parameters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any programmed algorithms being tested at a landfill experiencing an ETLF event?
None to my knowledge.
Even if it were, each ETLF event is unique, correct?
That is correct.
Do you see a risk in letting a machine make operational decisions in this type of high stakes environment?
Yeah, I think there is potential risk here in that the algorithm and the series of logic commands will essentially throttle the well closed in the case of poor quality gas. And frankly, this portion of Chiquita does exhibit poor quality gas.
Why are in-person well field technicians better at this type of decision making?
Look, we install landfill gas collection control systems for multiple objectives, and I believe that the presence of an experienced and seasoned landfill gas well field technician, human, at the site of the well affords us the best opportunity to make adjustments, what we call well field tuning and balancing, to accomplish which of those multiple objectives needs to be prioritized based on the unique circumstance of that well at that site.
The proposed language by the district has dictated operational parameters that it wants the machine to use when making its decisions about the well field operation, correct?
Yes.
Do you have concerns about those operational parameters set forth in this proposed condition?
Yes, one of my concerns on that is it ignores temperature, or at least it appears based on the way the condition is written to ignore temperature, and we're very focused here on trying to accomplish heat removal through the intentional extraction of hot gas and hot liquid. And again, it seems to be overly focused on attempting to seek the highest quality or highest methane content in the gas. And so my concern is that there will be kind of a sacrifice of maximizing extraction of reaction gas or poor quality that could contribute to excess fugitive emissions.
So let's look more at the specific operational parameters dictated by the district that the machine would be required to follow. I'm going to hand you what is the district's Exhibit 74, which is the proposed contested conditions, so you can follow along.
Okay, thank you.
So if we look at section C, Romanet 4(1), it states that the wellhead valve position should be optimized to maximize extraction of healthy landfill gas.
Objection misstates the exhibit. It does not say that it has to be optimized. I would ask her to read the paragraph above that about a written policy that is written directing optimization, giving due consideration and priority to the things, including number 1, 2, 3.
So I'd like to sustain the objection, and then perhaps, Ms. Morgan, you can rephrase.
Mr. Dick, at this condition C, Romanet 4, it states that a written policy directing optimization of the landfill gas collection system shall be developed, correct?
Correct.
What does optimization of the well field gas, make sure I get the language right. What does the optimization of the landfill gas collection system mean to you?
Typically, optimization of a landfill gas extraction system is we're trying to achieve equilibrium so that as the gas is produced, it's extracted at a consistent rate as it's being produced. So we're actually attempting to, extract the gas at the same quantity that it is essentially produced or yielded by the waste. There's certainly some context to that where we need to also consider, the composition. As I've testified before, we're focused on not starting or initiating a subsurface oxidation event, and we're also focused on, at this site, controlling the gas and trying to get the maximum quantity of gas collected.
So
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Could I get the page number for that condition? I couldn't
Oh,
find it.
sure. I'm looking at Exhibit 74, and the language I just read was at the bottom of page 5,
Page
and
5,
we're now
okay.
turning to the top of page 6. So now looking at the top of page 6, now we're at subsection C, Romanet 4, number 1.
I follow.
Okay, so this policy was supposed to be giving consideration and priority to several factors, including wellhead valve position optimized to maximize landfill gas extraction with healthy gas. Is that right?
Correct.
Does this mean that if poor quality gas is being extracted, the machine will reduce the flow?
I believe that is the logical expectation to occur by the modulating valve.
In your professional opinion, is this a good idea?
No, it's not.
The condition here says healthy gas, in parentheses, it lists 2 parameters, methane over 50% and methane to CO2 ratio greater than 1. Are there non-reaction landfills that may not be able to meet those gas quality standards?
Certainly there are. There are numerous landfills in the U.S. that are not experiencing a reaction that would not meet those specific numerical values as far as criteria for a variety of reasons that could be occurring.
Let's turn to the next slide, which shows methane data. In practice, what would happen if this condition went into effect, giving its requirements around methane content of gas, which I repeat says methane approximately 15%?
Yeah, I expect that what would actually happen is a series of logic commands issued by the controller governing the modulating valve would instruct the valve to throttle back, throttle closed in an attempt to enrich or increase the methane content of those wells, and that what would happen for the 19 that have been pre-selected by the condition is that 18 of them would actually throttle close and extract less quantity of gas. Only 1 would be, left uncommanded or governed to do so.
And let's take one step back and explain to the hearing board what we're looking at here. You created this map for the purpose of this hearing, correct?
Correct.
And so there are 19 dots on this map.
Oh, yes. There's those 19 dots, which have two color variations represent the approximate physical location of the 19 pre-selected wells. And if their existing current and historical methane concentration was less than 50%, then they're colored in that cyan color. And if they're greater than the 50% threshold limit, I believe that's a green color.
Thank you. Let's move now to the next slide. This slide shows methane to carbon dioxide ratios. And similarly, you created this map for the purpose of this hearing.
Right, and all my previous statements on the color coding still apply on this, but it has to do with the methane to carbon dioxide ratio.
And as a reminder, the proposed language in the condition says healthy gas would be methane to CO2 ratio of greater than 1. So in practice, what would happen given the requirements for that methane to CO2 ratio if this condition went into effect?
I expect the modulating valve would have the exact same response that I just articulated. It would seek to increase the ratio by increasing the numerator, the methane component, and to do that, it would likely throttle closed, reduce the quantity of gas in hopes that the methane content and quality would increase. We would extract less gas.
So this condition goes on to say to minimize oxygen intrusion, maintain oxygen less than 2%. Then the next subsection says performance of well tuning immediately if oxygen composition at a wellhead reaches or exceeds 2%. Do you agree with this 2%? Well, first, let me ask, minimizing oxygen intrusion is a good thing, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we definitely want to minimize atmospheric intrusion through the soil cover into the waste mass.
Do you agree with the 2% oxygen standard?
I don't agree that it warrants any application of a 2% threshold. I'm reminded that in the past, there were EPA, CARB, and other state rules that dictated a 5% threshold as an operating limit for well fields. That existed from 1996 to 2016, but about 9 years ago, that standard was removed and purposely eliminated from those rules because it was determined that an oxygen operational limit was actually counterproductive to well field management and operations.
Does CARB use an oxygen standard?
I don't believe they do at this time.
Are you aware of this standard being used at any other ETLF event?
No, based on the 6 other ETLF sites I've had work assignments during my career, none have received a 2% oxygen standard.
So let's look now at the next slide. And Ms. Roberts used this slide in her opening statement. Did you hear her statement about this slide?
I did.
You didn't create this slide for any regulatory compliance purpose, correct?
Correct.
You created it for the purposes of this hearing.
Yes.
And those dots use a range of 2% or over, or 2% or under 2%, for the specific purpose of demonstrating to the hearing board which wells would be turned down in the event this condition went into effect. Correct?
Yes, it's for illustration purposes during my testimony on this subject about the potential imposition of a 2% oxygen standard, and specifically correlated to the 19 wells that were prescribed by the condition to demonstrate that there are a subset of these wells that actually exceed the 2% threshold. Therefore, again, the response of this automated system, I believe, would be the same. It would receive the command to attempt to reduce oxygen, thereby throttling the valve closed, which would be counterproductive to recovering the landfill gas that's being produced in that area.
If you consider all 3 of these gas composition parameters together, Are there any wells that would not have their flow immediately reduced by these machines?
My investigation indicated that there's only one of the 19 wells that wouldn't be affected by the controller to throttle closed in order to meet these gas composition requirements.
So the provisions we just covered would result in practice in reducing extraction of gas. Let's turn now to the language in C Romanet 4, number 3, which relates to the adjustment of nearby wells or installing an additional vertical dual extraction well. In simple terms, do you agree that this condition attempts to maximize landfill gas extraction?
Yes, that is certainly I believe the intent, that it attempts to maximize gas extraction.
And you'd agree that maximizing gas extraction is a good thing, right?
Yes.
This proposed condition maximizes extraction by stating that if a wellhead valve is completely open with full vacuum and the well is not experiencing oxygen intrusion, you would optimize nearby vertical extraction wells to increase vacuum. Is that right? I read that a little out of order, but are you following?
Yeah, that's essentially what it's attempting to do.
Do you agree that this should be an automatic determination and adjustment?
No, I don't. I think elevated temperature landfills provide enough variability and potentially unique circumstances that we shouldn't prescribe a predetermined corrective action when those circumstances provide themselves at a single well.
Can you see significant variability at an ETLF site from well to well?
Certainly. Yeah, we do here at Chiquita, and in fact, we do at all ETLFs.
What about the other part of the condition that says either optimize nearby vertical extraction wells to increase vacuum or install an additional vertical dual extraction well to increase gas extraction? Do you think installing the new well in the area, because one well has good quality gas and is pulling at full rate, do you agree that that is a reasonable mitigation measure?
No, I don't think that, again, we should prescribe or dictate that a companion well needs to be installed just because the circumstances at the subject well is that it's completely open with full vacuum and experiencing less than 2%. I think if it warrants investigation, and that's the whole purpose of having human field technicians investigate and evaluate and assess what the appropriate response measures are.
Now, looking backwards a little bit, back on page 5, this proposed condition requires a written policy that would incorporate the parameters we just discussed, along with possibly others. In your expert opinion, is it possible to create such a written policy that would account for the nuances of operating a landfill gas system in an ETLF event?
No, ETLFs are unique. They have an infinite number of potential scenarios. I just don't think there's anything served by attempting to memorialize through a written policy the types of objectives, goals, and practices that could potentially come up through, again, an infinite number of scenarios that frequently occur at individual locations within the ETLF.
Let's move on now to functionality. Do you have any concerns about the temperature rating of this equipment?
Yes, I'm most familiar in my experience with the loci wellheads, and they specifically indicate a temperature rating that their equipment is suitable for of 140 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a maximum temperature rating. And, we obviously have recorded gas wellhead temperatures in excess of 140 degrees at Chiquita Canyon landfill.
And the rating of 140 degrees, that's contained in the loci brochure entered as exhibit quad I. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I believe it's on page 1.
What would happen if these devices failed because of temperature?
Well, I expect some component of the equipment would rupture and potentially emit and allow the release of gas and potentially leachate into the environment.
Do you have any concerns about this equipment's ability to handle liquids?
Again, referencing that low-C brochure on the back page, I believe it states overtly that their equipment is not recommended for wells that have standing liquid locations. And frankly, again, both within the reaction area, the immediate adjacent areas, and throughout Chiquita's waste footprint, we do see elevated liquid levels that have accumulated in the wells. So I think that's substantially problematic for this equipment to be deployed there.
What about safety concerns? Do you have any safety concerns related to this equipment?
My foremost safety concern has to do with what we call electrical hazard classification. I'm concerned that the electrical components that comes with these equipments are not rated for the explosive environments. In the industry, we call that Class 1, Division 1 hazard locations. And so we know that within the well casing pipe as the gas is flowing through it, and also potentially in the vicinity of the well, we have explosive conditions because of the presence of methane and hydrogen. I remind us all that at an ETLF, there's definitely elevated concentrations of hydrogen being produced. I just have reservations and significant concerns about this equipment being deployed there and the potential for ignition of the explosive gas and the potential consequences and safety for personnel that are required to approach the wells.
I'm going to turn now to my last set of questions for you, Mr. Dick. It's about the study proposed in section E, Romanet 2. So that is found on page 7 through 8 of this exhibit. And this condition proposes that after 6 months of operation, Chiquita submit a study that includes comparison of landfill gas well operational history and data pre and post RMCS installation, and the advantages and disadvantages of the RMCS. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you think it's fair to say, based on the language of this proposal, that the district does not know yet if this system is going to help?
Well, frankly, I believe the district is interested in investigating the potential viability and feasibility of automated wellhead control systems at landfills and perhaps at ETLFs and in specificity, but also in general. I'm not convinced that they fully command an understanding of the potential consequences and ramifications of introducing these systems, the equipment and apparatus at an elevated temperature landfill. So I think it's ill-advised to do so here. Chiquita Canyon Landfill is frankly very sensitive to warranting and meriting extraction of the gas and the heat. And I don't believe it's an appropriate place to do essentially a scientific experiment on the viability of these systems.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. I have no further questions for you today.
Thank you.
My friend on cross.
Thank you. Mr. Dick, I want to start a little bit back at the beginning of your testimony. You talked a little bit about, I'm sorry, could we take the current exhibit down? Thank you. You talked a little bit about your work under under the conditions of the OA to determine the reaction area boundary. And am I correct in saying your process starts with aggregating and compiling the data, and then you compare it to your thresholds? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And under condition 9, there are a whole set of factors you're required to evaluate each month to determine the reaction boundary. You walked through those. Is that right?
Yes.
And among those is temperatures. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you set, as part of this reaction committee, Chiquita's group of consultants sets the threshold value at what level?
For which temperature parameter in particular are you
For
referring
the
to?
evaluation you make under condition 9.
Yeah, I'm asking, because there's 3 different sources of temperature measurements, gas, downwell, and in situ temperature. Can you specify which source of temperature you're asking for?
So let me clear this up by pulling up.
Perhaps I didn't understand the
Yeah,
question.
I don't want to I don't want to get this incorrect. So I'm actually gonna, this is exhibit 78. This is the May 2025 determination submitted by the reaction committee. Are you familiar with this
Yes, I
document?
am.
Okay. So if I scroll down here and say, what is the temperature parameter that the reaction committee is looking at?
In that example, in the first bullet item, it states that we're looking at landfill gas wellhead temperatures in excess of approximately 160 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, so you set the threshold at 160 degrees. And to be clear, that's 160 degrees at the wellhead, not downwell, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that regulatory agencies like the United States Environmental Protection Agency actually suggest that temperatures above the regulatory threshold of 131 to 145 can be indicative of an elevated temperature landfill event?
I believe that recently the gas temperature threshold that's most commonly cited is under the MACT rule, the NESHAP's Quad A, and that's 145 degrees Fahrenheit, and that there's requirements to evaluate and assess the potential that any temperatures above that value need warrant investigation for the potential of something that's inhibiting methanogens from doing their anaerobic digestion.
So to kind of summarize, the US EPA then says temperatures above the regulatory thresholds, that's 131 to 145, are actually indications of some sort of abnormal chemical reaction, which might in fact be an elevated temperature landfill event. Isn't that right?
Actually, I disagree with that. I don't believe that it.
Could you read the second sentence of this screen from US EPA's website?
Yeah, it certainly says that the elevated temperature landfills that exhibit temperatures above regulatory thresholds of 131 or 145 degrees Fahrenheit due to abnormal chemical reactions within the waste mass.
Thank you. So you're also required under condition 9 to consider a whole other range of factors that you walk through, not just temperature. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So you also consider things like the decreased methane content in gas, particularly in conjunction with an increase in carbon dioxide. Is that right?
Correct.
But isn't it true that you consider the threshold to only be methane levels as low as 30%? Isn't that correct?
We're looking for methane concentrations that are severely depressed, and we've used 30% as one of the threshold criteria to prompt further investigation of whether the reaction is likely and probable at any particular location.
Okay. So this is again Exhibit 78. That's that May determination, the most recent monthly determination, and it lists poor gas quality methane levels of less than 30%.
Yes.
In conjunction with a methane to carbon dioxide ratio of less than 1. Is that right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that regulatory agencies like the United States Environmental Protection Agency actually suggest that methane at even 40% is actually an indicator of an elevated temperature landfill event?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with a citation that puts forth 40%.
Could you read bullet point number 2?
Yes, it says decreased methane less than 40% along with increased concentration of CO2 greater than 50%.
And that's under the heading common indicators of an elevated temperature landfill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So am I correct in understanding that when you are comparing the data that you've aggregated to these thresholds, if they're not meeting these thresholds, meaning if it's above your 30% methane or if it's below 160 degrees, you kind of don't consider it for further evaluation of whether it should be part of the reaction area. Is that correct?
No, I don't think entirely. We've been doing this exercise with the criteria that were memorialized in the May 2025 letter. Those have remained, I believe, generally unchanged for 20 months and 20 cycles and iterations of this. And they're not absolute thresholds. They're not applied as if they were regulatory compliance standards. The reaction committee uses them as a screening tool to basically evaluate where we believe that we would have the potential likelihood and frankly probability of reaction conditions being present or absent. And so just merely looking at those numerical values, we are not applying them as a strict absolute threshold as if they were compliance limits in a regulatory regime.
So we've talked under condition 9 of the abatement order. Every month you have to make this determination, correct?
Correct.
And this abatement order has been in place since September of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you point to me an example of any month where you decided to expand the existing reaction area into any location that had a temperature of less than 160 degrees?
I'd have to review all 20 of my.
I believe you submitted them as exhibits.
Yeah, I would have to review them again to answer here from the stand affirmatively. The expectation in looking at both Chiquita Canyon ETLF event and other ETLF events is that we generally see significantly elevated temperatures where the reaction is present. And the reaction circumstances really comes to us as a package deal. We see, significantly elevated temperatures. They're usually combined within an area. They're not isolated. The reactions don't behave like independent islands. And then we see the other parameters affected. So I'm unaware of any ETLF reaction site in the industry that just exhibited marginally elevated temperatures in a few locations. You always get the combination of poor quality gas, hydrogen, accelerated settlement, the excessive pressures, the production of copious liquids, which is why the reaction committee's applying those criteria to have inform us with some degree of certainty as to whether the reaction is or is not present at any location.
So I think you raised some concerns in your testimony that you think you've raised the idea that maybe the South Coast AQMD is over prioritizing temperature and not considering enough other factors. But isn't it true that carbon monoxide elevated levels would be also an indicator of an elevated temperature landfill event?
Yes, carbon monoxide, the industry has certainly demonstrated that elevated carbon monoxide concentrations are produced during these reaction conditions.
And isn't it true that the reaction committee, your consultants, actually declined to consider the carbon monoxide values, even though you were measuring them in your condition 9 reports, until the South Coast AQMD proposed to have the hearing board order you to consider them in February of 2025?
That's inconsistent with my recollection and my participation on the reaction committee. I recall specifically evaluating carbon monoxide concentrations beginning in September 2023.
So this is, sorry, I'm going to pull up excuse me, let me look. This is Exhibit 79. This is a report of a reaction committee from August of 2024. You familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
And again, like most of these reports, you indicate the parameters, the rationale that would serve as the basis for considering adjustments and modifications to the reactionary boundary. Can you point to me where in this report from August you were considering carbon monoxide?
Yeah, during that point in time, it was not memorialized in the bulleted list of items, but I know from personal experience that we obtained and did review carbon monoxide concentrations that were, measured at the site. And so the absence there is not intended to indicate that they were disregarded as part of our evaluation.
Okay, so let me go back to the May report. This is Exhibit 78. This is the May 2025 after you had been ordered to consider carbon monoxide. You did in fact consider the concentration of carbon monoxide in the May report. Is that right?
Yeah, between August and May, the committee did some restructuring and reformatting and made sure to overtly state that that was being included.
And you set the parameter at 2,000 parts per million. Is that right?
Correct.
What was the scientific basis for setting the threshold at 2,000?
Yeah, based on experience of multiple practitioners for where we have at ETLF sites over the past 15 years observed that the carbon monoxide concentration, which in typical landfill gas is generally less than 100 ppm, gets significantly increased during the large-scale heating events that are affiliated with reactions. So it seemed like a prudent threshold to apply here for purposes of, in conjunction with the other criteria for evaluating where we believe the reaction is present in the waste materials.
So as required by Condition 9, you're required to submit maps that are supporting evidence for your decision. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did submit maps alongside appended to this report, as you do every month. Is that right?
Yes.
And so when I look at carbon monoxide, I'm going to scroll to that chart. Sorry, all the way down at the bottom. This is the carbon monoxide chart that you prepared for the May 2025 report. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said the parameter for indicating a reaction was what level again?
2,000 parts per million.
Did you map to be able to discern any carbon monoxide that can be discerned at whether or not it is above 2,000 parts per million?
So this exhibit, along with all of the exhibits, are, visualization tools for purposes of data presentation. I want to assure both the hearing board and the district that the reaction committee and evaluation of the data we are using numerical values. So these range maps and the isothermal gradient maps, the borehole TMP profile values are all data presentation tools. What the reaction committee is looking at is actual hard numerical values. So
Mr. Dick, I'm gonna stop you because that was a yes or a no question. Did you submit as a map any range that would show greater than 2,000 parts per million?
No, this doesn't depict that.
Even though Condition 9 actually does require you to submit supporting evidence for the determination, and you set the determination value at 2,000. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. But again, if I might elaborate on our process, we are looking oftentimes at spreadsheets that actually have the numerical specific value, often to the appropriate significant digit level, and are basing our findings and opinion on that, the committee may produce these range maps for purposes of submittal and as exhibits to our finding, but our process actually uses numerical values and measurements from the laboratory, and we have access to the actual laboratory reports.
And you understand that under the proposed conditions that are stipulated to by Chiquita, you would no longer be able to submit a map like this?
Yeah, and certainly I think as part of the monthly reaction committee meetings with AQMD that have been going on for more than a year, where there's healthy dialogue and conversation, a mere request from AQMD personnel to point out this issue, if it was problematic, the committee would be happy to modify that in terms of these exhibits correlating to specific ranges or values.
Isn't it true that the South Coast AQMD actually did point this out to you prior to this hearing at the most recent monthly reaction committee meeting? We actually asked you to resubmit graphs and specifically added to the agenda this topic.
Yes, I recall that.
So I want to turn now to a couple of your items. I think you I'm going to pull up your presentation that I think you did for today's hearing. I think this is Exhibit Triple U. I believe you presented for us a map, and I think you kind of started to explain that there's 19 wells mapped in these on this map. This is showing methane values, and I think you mentioned the 19 wells that you've mapped for today's presentation are actually the same 19 wells that are proposed for inclusion of the remote monitoring in condition 75. Is that correct?
That was certainly the intent.
Okay. So all of the 19 wells that are proposed in condition 75 are actually outside of the current enumerated boundary of the reaction area by Chiquita's reaction determination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I do want to note, we don't have exact values. Your range is only between 50 and 100%, but you did talk us through that the majority, I think all but one, you said, of the wells here are exhibiting what you would consider poor methane, meaning below 50%.
I don't know that.
Objection. That misstates his prior testimony. Mr. Dick never said that methane below 50% is poor gas quality.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You would agree that it is below the normal for standard landfill gas composition if it is below 50% methane, or do you disagree?
Actually, I disagree with that statement. There's source testing at Chiquita Canyon that goes back to 2017. That source testing was performed for flares, and so it's a representative of composite gas. The composite gas that's been measured at Chiquita dating from 2017 up to, probably 2021 or 2022 indicated methane concentrations in the mid 30s. And over time, there was some improvement. And by mid 30s, I mean 35, 36, 37% methane. And it only achieved about 44% at the most recent source testing that I reviewed. So we've always had, Chiquita has historically exhibited methane content in its gas that's being directed to the flares of somewhere between mid 30s to mid 40%.
Okay, so we can't tell then from the way you've mapped this whether or not these are below or at or above average methane content. Is that correct?
Yeah, that wasn't the intent of the exhibit. It was to be relative to the 50% value identified in condition 75. I forget which particular subpart.
So can you tell me the actual methane value to be able to determine for these wells? Do you actually know that information as to whether or not any of these have poor, average, or good quality gas?
No, I don't have that memorized for each one of the 19 wells.
And you didn't review it as part of your evaluation of condition 75?
It was reviewed. I just didn't commit it to memory.
Okay. Did you submit it as an exhibit anywhere?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So we don't have any evidence then as to the methane content of these wells.
Actually, I believe methane content of individual wells may be part of an exhibit in the facility's monthly reports. I seem to be able to find access to certain gas wellhead numerical values within monthly reports that are being prepared and submitted to regulatory agencies.
So perhaps let me actually look at a different parameter then. I'm going to go up because I don't want to misstate what you went through. But I think you indicated that a methane to carbon dioxide ratio of less than 1 is kind of subpar for any given landfill gas well that's not having ETLF conditions. Is that fair?
Objection, Mr. Dick did not testify that that is the definition in the district's proposed condition.
Sustained.
Let's go back to the May determination. What's the methane to carbon dioxide ratio you look for as indicator of a reaction?
Well, again, what we're looking for of methane to CO2 ratios less than 1.0 as one parameter that warrants further investigation and comparison for corroborating.
I'm just going to go one factor at a time, Mr. Dick. I understand we've talked about that there are multiple factors, but in order to understand this, I want to do one factor at a time. So we're talking about methane to carbon dioxide. We're looking for a ratio of less than 1. Is that fair?
That's what the reaction committee has determined as a suitable threshold.
And you mapped that for the 19 wells outside of the reaction area that would be subject to proposed condition 75 in your presentation. That's this page 5 of your presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many of the wells outside of the reaction area have a not poor methane to carbon dioxide ratio?
I'm sorry, can you restate that question? I got a little bit confused.
How many of the wells are above, better than the threshold we look as an indicator of the reaction in this map that you've made?
Oh, that would be 1.
1 well out of the 19, even though all of them are outside of the reaction area.
Yes.
Okay. You consider, because they're outside of the reaction area, that these wells are not experiencing ETLF conditions, correct?
Well, really, ETLF conditions are present in the waste mass surrounding a particular landfill gas well. The reaction isn't really specific to the well. The well is a observation point for assembling monitoring data and measurements. The reaction doesn't really occur, right at the well.
So I will restate that to the waste mass surrounding these particular 19 wells, you consider not to be experiencing ETLF conditions.
That's correct.
But they do exhibit at least some of the factors that would be indicative of ETLF conditions.
Yeah, I think specifically because of the dewatering processes that have occurred here and the presence of just significant tens of thousands of feet of horizontal collectors that have been installed in the waste mass over probably 30 years here. We have a network of conduits, and those conduits, which are perforated pipe surrounded by aggregate backfill, they penetrate into the reaction area, the data-driven reaction area, and they penetrate out of that. And as we've dewatered, we've noticed that it increased the likelihood that gas, leachate, and heat can use those historical legacy horizontal collectors as conduits to move externally. So actually, at any particular landfill gas vertical well, many of which are in very close proximity or actually penetrate through a previous horizontal collector, we're likely achieving some influence from reaction gas, leachate, and heat that's being generated and originating within the reaction area.
So, Mr. Dick, can I ask if it's a fair summary to say the waste mass surrounding these wells, not just the wells themselves, but based on evaluation of the well data, these are not criteria that would be inside the reaction boundary, but because they exhibit some of the factors, they're probably on the list that your committee each month in those determinations would want to keep a closer eye on in case they exhibit more of the factors.
I agree with that statement. I believe that's exactly what we are doing. And frankly, many of our.
And isn't it true?
Can you let the witness finish his response, please?
Yes, I would also agree if we can have it, because the court reporter, she needs to be able to annotate accordingly. We do want to be able to hear. Thank you.
If I may, the monthly letters that we produce as part of our exercise actually specifically call out certain zones or areas, locations, oftentimes by TMP or well locations for those areas where we're doing a deeper dive in an investigation and frankly wrestling with which parameters, could potentially signal the indication of some reaction gas or reaction activity, and which are, specifically inconsistent with reaction conditions. And we elevate that for the purpose of the dialogue with the reaction committee, between the reaction committee and the AQMD on a monthly basis. And I think that that's really helped all parties, understand what's going on here.
So if we put these wells on the list of ones to watch, isn't these the precise wells where it would help to have increased amounts of data, such as real-time monitoring rather than just snapshot data, if these are on the list that we should keep an eye out on?
Yeah, that wasn't my interpretation of what condition 75 didn't merely enhance or further the remote monitoring and the acquisition of data, but actually then mandated automated control of a modulating valve that would direct the applied vacuum, either increase or decrease, and subsequently control the flow rate or the quantity of gas. Also, all 19 of those, while, they deserve increased scrutiny to date, I juxtapose and compare and contrast the conditions at those with the wells and TMPs within the data-driven reaction area, where we have significantly elevated temperatures, more in the 225 to 255 range. Gas composition oftentimes is where the methane's in the low to mid single digits. Hydrogen is significant, oftentimes over 10%, or even as high as 20. So, again, I think we all know in elevated temperature landfills, the immediate border region has the potential to have demonstrate or exhibit some marginal, slightly elevated heat, some marginal and slightly poor gas quality. I don't necessarily correlate that to the fact that the reaction is actually occurring in the waste mass surrounding those locations.
So I'm going to try and pull us back on track, Mr. Dick. And I think this is a perfect segue because it does seem like there's quite a lot of confusion and misunderstanding about proposed condition 75. This is exhibit 74. I believe you walked through it with Ms. Morgan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is sub-provision C. And so I'm on page 4 of exhibit 74. And it does say under operation little Romanet number I, it does start with the RCMS controller units shall monitor parameters, correct?
Correct. I see that in the language. I would point out, though, that controller units actually govern or dictate or command the modulation of the valve.
I'm not to the control yet. We
Oh.
are going to go through that. I want to start with everything that this does. So we're starting at C, Roman I. We're going to get to number 4. Don't worry.
I apologize.
The witness was pointing out the very first sentence that you read says the RMCS controller unit. So I'd appreciate if he'd be able to complete his sentence.
We're talking about monitoring the parameters. That was the question. It requires real-time monitoring of the parameters. Is that correct? Under Romanet I?
That's the first phrase of the first sentence. Shall monitor the parameters listed below.
Okay. So, and then Romanet number 2 is talking about the separate monitor units that are on gas collection headers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's also talking about monitoring a series of parameters, correct?
Correct.
Do you disagree that these parameters are useful to monitor in operation of a landfill gas collection system?
No, I don't disagree.
Do you disagree that having real-time data on these parameters is actually more useful than having only snapshot data?
Yeah, the aggregation of additional data points could perhaps enhance that. Of course, every parameter in which data is acquired, needs to actually be reviewed, analyzed, and so you can inundate a circumstance or situation with more. But I'm reminded that when we put together the pilot field study test protocol, the feasibility proposal that we submitted on January 31st, I believe we proposed to assess the viability of at least some, if not all, of the 6 parameters up there, and intended to do so in accordance with condition 66.
Okay.
So I don't believe that Chiquita is
So you're not opposed
reluctant
necessarily to
to-
the monitoring?
yeah, I think isn't reluctant to do that. We actually have both landfill gas temperature and landfill gas pressure transmitters, sensors, instrumentation, and telemetry equipment installed at the site that's right now, recording certain of those parameters. And the feasibility test protocol was intended to evaluate the viability of deployment of some additional remote monitoring equipment as well.
If I may, just a friendly reminder, I cannot take down 2 people talking at the same time. I lose what you're saying and I lose what he's saying, please.
So moving on to Romanet 3, this requires you to actually upload the data that you're monitoring under Romanet 1 and 2. Is that your understanding?
That is.
You don't object to uploading data if you've monitored it, do you?
No, my professional opinion is that a mere measurement that's, just if it's not recorded or uploaded, if it's not accessible, then it would have no usefulness. So
then let's turn to kind of the heart of where I think there's disagreement. That's Romanet numeral 4. Do you agree that's kind of the heart of disagreement in this condition?
I believe so, if that's your assessment.
Okay. So I want to walk through this carefully because I think it came up quite a few times that you believe this requirement or in this condition requires you to automate controls based on either some kind of, I think you said logical commands. I think maybe in the opening, Ms. Morgan mentioned algorithms. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me where in this condition it uses the word automate, logical commands, or algorithms?
I don't recall those specific terminologies being used. It's my understanding, based on it as a practitioner of, having some experience with automated wellhead control systems, that the term controller implies control.
So let's read what Romanet 4 actually says. It actually doesn't say the units are doing stuff. Now it says you're going to do, meaning the respondent, Chiquita. Is that correct?
Because you point where with
Starting at Romanet numeral 4. I think I have it, if you can see my cursor on the screen. The first words of Romanet 4. So we're now on page 5. I can zoom that in if that's...
Yeah, the respondent shall monitor the collected controller and monitor data.
Okay, so step 1, monitor the collected data. The collected data was Romanets 1 and 2, and then uploaded in Romanet 3. And then what do you do after you monitor it? Can you start from that comma?
Yeah, reviewing it at least daily, and shall utilize the data to guide and optimize the operation of the landfill gas collection system in accordance with a written policy which adheres to recommendations from respondents, vendor/distributor.
Okay, I want to try and break that down. So respondent, meaning Chiquita, is going to monitor the data, review it daily, and then utilize that to optimize the landfill gas system. Correct? So far, so good?
Yes.
Okay, so in that sentence, it's actually respondent who is controlling the landfill gas system, optimized per the data we have collected and monitored. Is that correct?
Correct. So you're suggesting my interpretation of it being anything other than a human being, respondent referring to an actual human well field technician or designated representative, is incorrect.
Correct. So I want to make sure we are 100% clear of what this condition as proposed required. And I think, as you mentioned, it doesn't mention anywhere the words automated, algorithm, logical commands. It tells you to do it based on the data that we've monitored, collected, and then reviewed.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Of the district's interpretation of the language that's in there.
So can I ask a really broad question? And I'm not even sure you fully know the answer, but to the extent you do, with that clarification, with that understanding that we've just talked about, does respondent still oppose this condition?
I wouldn't be the appropriate person to direct that type of a question to, as I think everybody recognizes. I'm the reaction committee reaction expert.
Okay, but so let me then focus the question. Do you agree that a lot of your testimony that you walked through with Ms. Morgan about the possible harms to the landfill gas system that could be caused if you were required to automate it without human intervention don't really apply if it's not automated and it is controlled by a human?
Well, I would expect that to be recognized by everybody who heard my statements in the room today.
Okay. So I do want to clarify then. So going through this Romanet 3, we read through that first sentence. The next sentence, sorry, we didn't do that last clause, sorry. It says you're going to optimize the operation in accordance with a written policy that adheres to recommendations from the vendor or the distributor. Is that right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that this condition is actually requiring you to do the written policy?
You mean me personally,
Not you
or just the
personally.
respondent?
I mean you in
somebody
the...
on behalf of the
Yes.
respondent.
Please.
Correct.
I cannot get any of the back and
I'm
forth.
so sorry.
I will tell you, if you'd like, where I got you.
Sure.
Okay, was it fair to say that this condition is actually required for you to do the written policy? What do you mean?
Yes, it appears that the statement is intended to have the respondent develop the written policy.
And I think you stated in your testimony earlier that in your opinion, it's not possible to have a written policy. Is that correct?
I said it was infeasible and likely without much value, I believe, or usefulness, I think were my terms.
Okay. So I want to take those one at a time. On the feasibility point, who today, as you're sitting here testifying and you've come to the hearing board, who today is minding the landfill gas collection system?
Chiquita contracts with firm SCS Field Services, and they are the operator of the landfill gas collection and control system.
Are they trained technicians?
They are trained technicians.
What do they train on?
Well, for one, they train on well field balancing and tuning. They train on health and safety procedures. They train on instrumentation and equipment operation. They train on various troubleshooting and repair. They train on different maintenance practices. They train on a variety of topics that are, I believe, relevant and germane to operation and control or operation of a landfill gas collection and control system.
Would you agree that all of the technicians that work for Chiquita in the operation side of their landfill gas collection system are not necessarily experts at elevated temperature landfills?
I don't know that I would have the background or knowledge to comment on the credentials and qualifications of the vast arsenal of people that are involved out there.
In your experience, it's uncommon for Chiquita to call in a consultant like you with particular expertise on when they have an elevated temperature landfill. Usually they just go with the normal people operating their gas system.
No, I don't think that's an accurate representation or characteristic. I would say that the personnel that are currently involved in landfill gas collection and control system out at Chiquita have experience and expertise that's relevant and applicable at elevated temperature landfills, since the reaction there, consumes a significant degree of attention.
So then, in your work as part of the reaction committee, have you ever lent your expertise with ETLFs to help change, revise, reevaluate any aspect of the landfill gas collection system as it operates today?
Can you be more specific, or,
have you ever talked to any of the technicians who operate the system and say, hey, maybe there's some changes because of this reaction, and I'm going to give you some best practices on how we can operate the system correctly, even though we have this current reaction at Chiquita?
well, yeah, that's occurring more at the supervisor level than the actual technician level.
So you agree there are specifics that would change because there's an ETLF at Chiquita in terms of how they would operate and optimize their gas collection?
Yes, that is consistent with my earlier testimony, I believe.
But you oppose writing that down into a policy?
I think that the policy would be voluminous, somewhat difficult to format into a useful document, and that I don't believe that the synthesis of the data into actionable responses can actually be condensed to a written policy.
So what can't be written that you just know it when you see it? And how do you ensure that your technicians are then able to do it if they don't have any written document?
Well, you used the preposition it there a lot of times, and I think that's what seems difficult for me to envision how we would put forth in writing the multiple scenarios that develop at an ETLF that require some sort of professional judgment and actionable response. It just seems, not to yield a very useful document in terms of attempting to describe and put forth and proposition all of the nuances that occur in operating a landfill gas extraction system at an ETLF.
So I want to ask you as a hypothetical, if the South Coast AQMD had concerns that you might not be operating the landfill gas collection system in a way that maximizes ending this reaction as soon as possible according to best practices, wouldn't it be helpful to have a written policy as to what you're doing to be able to review what you're doing?
Well, certainly that would be helpful. It would also be helpful, I think, if that was the AQMD's opinion and position, for that to be elevated within the reaction committee meetings, and to have some specific dialogue on that we could potentially respond to, as we do on many issues within those monthly committee meetings. I believe there's also bi-weekly technical staff meetings, and perhaps that's the more appropriate forum to do that in.
So I want to scroll down to the remainder of, we're still in Romanet numeral 4, but I'm scrolling down towards the end of this page, and then onto the next page are those factors that you walked through with Miss Morgan. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And so I want to start with the bottom of page 5. We're still talking about this written policy. And I want to highlight one other thing we haven't talked about yet toward the end of this paragraph. Can you read what it requires, starting with the word revised?
Revised written policies may be submitted in response to data collected and reviewed, changing conditions on site or other factors as necessary, and shall be implemented according to the same requirements and upon approval from South Coast AQMD.
So essentially that is saying that if you write the policy, but then something changes, we learn more, we need to do it based on some other reason, we could revise the policy. Is that correct?
That appears to be consistent with the language, yes.
Okay. So with that context, we then get to the last sentence, which I think you walked through with Miss Morgan, that it of what the written policy is actually doing. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I think we walked through this. It's directing optimization of the landfill gas collection system. And it says giving due consideration and priority to, at a minimum, the following, and then it lists 5 criteria. Is that right?
Correct.
So is your understanding of a policy that gives due consideration and priority to a list that is not limited to this, but at a minimum includes these things, do you understand that to be requiring this exact parameter? Like, let's look at just number 1.
Well, yes, I'm not sure that it would be included in something structured as a stipulated order for abatement if it wasn't a requirement.
So it's directing you to provide a written policy, but the policy itself is not the order for abatement. Isn't that right?
Yes, I understand that point.
So, for example, just sticking with number 1, we're giving due consideration and priority to wellhead valve position, optimized to maximize gas extraction with healthy gas of methane of about 50% and methane to CO2 ratio of greater than 1. You mentioned earlier in our discussion that Chiquita historically has a lower methane content in the landfill gases. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
So isn't it consistent that if you gave due consideration and priority to number 1, but said, I'm going to look at the source test results at Chiquita and say, historically, Chiquita's specific methane content is actually different. So that even if I wanted to prioritize healthy gas, I might change that value. And that is sufficient to have given due consideration and priority to change the value of that, of what healthy gas means.
Yeah, that is a helpful explanation of the intent. I still maintain an opinion that, one, I'm not sure that the actual operations of the gas collection and control system, that there's evidence to indicate that it's being performed over the last 20 to 24 months in an insufficient, ineffective, or inadequate means that warrants a written policy. And again, your rather lengthy explanation of how consideration and priority to would be applied warrants a significant amount of understanding and interpretation of the language here. And so I think somewhat it's a bit convoluted. Typically, stipulated orders for abatement, include things that are interpreted as requirements. I see your point on consideration and priority too, and the manner in which one could have accomplished that, but not make an adjustment to the valve in a manner that would attempt to achieve 50% or the methane to CO2 ratio greater than 1, or a minimum O2 content less than 2%. But it seems to be, the intent seems to be lost there.
So let me back up, because it says you seem to be a little bit confused and you seem to think that the language is not great. The lawyers will fully take responsibility for poor drafting. I do want to talk about how do we actually implement this written policy. So we talked about respondent is going to develop the written policy. We kind of skipped over this section. Maybe let's go back. The written policy shall be submitted to who?
AQMD.
Okay. And what does it say by not later than September 2nd? Is that correct?
Correct.
After September 2nd, then what happens?
Respondent shall implement the written policy.
No, sir, if you could read after.
I apologize. South Coast AQMD may provide comments or require revisions to the written policy prior to approval.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a review, an approval, and comment period that could help resolve, to the extent that the lawyers did poor drafting in writing the condition. Once you get to the policy, you could actually resolve some of these by a back and forth with AQMD review and comments. Isn't that right?
Yes, one would certainly hope so.
Okay. So subsection D, we didn't really talk about, but this is requiring inspection and regular maintenance of the monitors that are installed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Assuming monitors were installed, do you have any specific opposition to inspecting and maintaining them?
None from me.
Okay. Subprovision E, data and reporting. Again, assuming monitors were involved, do you have any specific opposition to collecting the data, recording them, and then reporting them out to the South Coast AQMD?
No, as I stated earlier, the site has existing remote monitoring, instrumentation, and telemetry equipment. I believe, based on my information, that they are appropriately maintained, and that the data is appropriately recorded, memorialized, and uploaded.
Okay. And then I think in your testimony, we were talking a little bit more generally just about these monitors themselves. I think you said there were only a few different manufacturers. Is that correct?
Yes, that statement was specifically towards the automated wellhead control system that utilizes the logic and algorithms to modulate a control valve.
So there's actually more than just the two you actually listed of manufacturers. Isn't that correct?
For actual discrete monitoring components, just the instrumentation, the signal wire, the different components that comprise even the instrumentation and equipment that's deployed out at Chiquita now. I think as the district is aware, an exercise required by Condition 66 went through an extensive evaluation of different manufacturers. So yes, there are more than just two for something like a pressure transmitter or a thermocouple.
In fact, SCS Engineers, the company you work for, actually manufactures one of these systems. Isn't that right?
Well, again, I think our capabilities to manufacture a remote monitoring and control system with all the individual components relies on manufacturing of the individual components. We're more the fabricator.
And this is actually a presentation that your company, SCS Engineers, submitted to US EPA on a non-regulatory docket evaluating technologies at landfills. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've testified before us a number of times. I think you have said previously you're actually a senior vice president with SCS Engineers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as a senior vice president, you sometimes participate in public presentations of kind of roundtable discussions about your expertise, specifically landfills. Is that right?
Yes.
And given your specific expertise on elevated temperature landfills, some of those presentations are about identifying and managing specifically elevated temperature landfills. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to bring up.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt for a second? It appears we've lost a member. Plus, are we going to take a lunch break anytime soon, or are we continuing?
No, she's in the midst of questioning the witness. Why don't you go on?
I know, but
Yeah, no, she may have had the screen off, but go right ahead.
I will try and be brief. I do understand that. Thank you, Mr. Balagopalan. Mr. Dick, you had mentioned that you actually have done these presentations as part of your role as a senior vice president of SCS Engineers. Do you recognize this video?
I do.
Is that you in the lower right-hand corner of this video?
Yes, it is.
And this is a presentation that SCS Engineers participated in, talking about specifically how to identify but then also manage elevated temperature landfills. Is that correct?
Correct.
I would like to state for the record that this was not submitted as an exhibit and there's no notice given to respondents of this being used.
This is not an affirmative exhibit for the South Coast AQMD. This is on cross-examination. I'm not submitting this as an exhibit. I'm just asking him questions about his prior work.
And let me ask you, how is this germane to where we're going with this?
Well, I'm happy to pull that section of the video up, and I can walk through it. But
No. I want to sustain her objection. I don't believe it's germane to where we're going, and we are going to take lunch at 1 p.m. So I just want to make sure we're very clear on that.
Well, Mr. Dick testified that he doesn't think a remote monitoring system could be used at an elevated temperature landfill, but this video actually shows his own company, SCS Engineers, including him, discussing how a remote monitoring system can be useful at an elevated temperature
But
landfill.
I'd object. He
Then
did
it should
not
have been-
say,
But it should have been, it should have been submitted as an exhibit and allowed them an opportunity.
This
to-
is not an exhibit. It does not form the affirmative evidence. It is rebuttal to Mr. Dick's testimony, which we didn't know about until he said it today, that he has safety issues with this type of system. And we are allowed to rebut that
And
evidence.
I've already stated that I'm going to sustain her objection. So let us move on with the questioning.
So is it true that you have ever done presentations that actually discussed by SCS engineer staff the usefulness of SCS engineers' specific remote monitoring control system?
That's correct.
And you've done so specifically in the context of talking about identifying and managing elevated temperature landfills. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the distinction here being that the topic that you're presenting now on is on remote monitoring and not automated control that
And-
involves modulation of the control valve at the wellhead.
And we walked through condition 75 pretty exhaustively, that it does not expressly require that automation. Is that correct?
I believe that was clear to the folks in the room.
Okay, so I want to turn to the other contested condition. You talked about this briefly. This is, let me pull up Exhibit 74 again. And so now we're talking about proposed condition 77. And I specifically want to mention that you talked about Chiquita's competing language on that right-hand column. Is that correct?
I'd object. The witness did not testify about this condition.
Ms. Roberts, you'd like to rephrase that?
Are you unaware of this condition?
I'm not unaware, but I don't believe any of my statements were related or relevant to aerial surveillance.
Okay. So you testified that you serve as the ETLF expert on the reaction committee.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in prior settings, you've actually referred to yourself as kind of the head of the reaction committee?
Well, yeah, it seemed by default I became the chair during those meetings that we have. I don't believe that the chair of the reaction committee is an official position or designation. I seem to be the point person for spearheading the administrative parts of facilitating our monthly gatherings.
So I want to point to condition 77 in respondent's version actually has some pretty specific requirements of this reaction committee. Are you aware of those?
No, I'm not a informed expert on condition 77.
So do you know who of the 5 members of the reaction committee would be the person who would conduct this review that's called for in condition 77?
Yeah, I expect, I anticipate that a logical member to look at this would be Neil Bolton, my colleague on the reaction committee, Neil Bolton.
And so if it was assigned to Neil Bolton, you would not weigh in on his review?
That to date hasn't really been or isn't reflective of how the reaction committee operates. We clearly all have our areas of specialty and expertise. We often defer to the reaction committee member that has extensive expertise in a particular sub-discipline. We do have multiple personnel engaged, so I don't know that I would, as you characterize it, not weigh in. In certain requirements under the SOFA, certain reports have obviously been primarily authored. I believe my declaration identifies a lead reaction committee member for each one of the required reports.
Okay. So you might have some comments. Do you have any specific expertise in determining method equivalency for air emission analyses?
No, ma'am. Method equivalency of air monitoring methods or emission methods is not really my role or
To your
particular
understanding of the
expertise.
5 members of the reaction committee, does anyone else have that expertise outside of Neil Bolton?
Well, I suspect Pat Sullivan, my colleague, would have a better understanding of the methodology there.
Okay. So then I'm gonna kind of wrap up your testimony here, Mr. Dick. I think you said, I think Ms. Morgan gave you a little bit of a hypothetical of if this reaction worsens. I know you testified that you don't agree that it is worsening, but the hypothetical of if it worsens, and I think your testimony was to quote, stay the course, and that you wouldn't recommend any additional changes. Is that correct?
As far as, yeah, I said that, and that was as far as specifically the objective of the existing order, which is to be focused and elevate and heighten the focus on heat removal through gas and liquid extraction. And I said that should that hypothetical worsening, that basic fundamental approach and strategy should be maintained.
So did you have a chance to review Inspector Israel's declaration that was submitted for this case?
I did not review that document.
Did you happen to catch the opening presentation that I talked about?
Oh, yes, I did that.
So if we assume that is summarizing Supervising Inspector Israel's testimony, and there are essentially hundreds and hundreds of complaints received every month, dozens of notices of violation, spanning hundreds for creating a public nuisance, even in those scenarios, which is not the reaction worsening, that's the current state. Your recommendation is to change nothing about our operation of the landfill gas system?
My opinion is that the gas collection control system is being sufficiently and adequately operated in a manner in which has demonstrated significant increase of gas quantities as evidenced by the flow meter at the control devices, and is accomplishing significant reduction of uncollected fugitive emissions as evidenced by the flux chamber testing, and that, as my testimony has been here before, that these mitigation measures definitely will accomplish improved conditions. It does require an extended period of time to do that.
So when you say it requires an extended period of time, it essentially requires an extended period of time during which a public nuisance is occurring?
There is just no short-term fix for reversing and eliminating the reaction conditions. It wasn't really specific to the characterization of a public nuisance.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear for individuals who are participating remotely. Ms. Verdugo Peralta made it very clear at the beginning of the meeting that she had a medical matter. She has been participating. You may not see her on the screen, but she is most certainly participating. We do want to respect that medical matter. All right, at this time, we're going to take how much time would you say? It's 30 minutes, 45 minutes for lunch?
45.
Okay, we'll do a 45-minute. We'll come back. We're going to go off the record. Be back at 1:45 p.m. We're off the record.
I can't open this. Can't open this. Thanks. They can hear you. The whole governing board or hearing board.
All right, it's 1:59, and we're back on the record. I believe you had the floor, Ms. Roberts, or were you finished?
Those
Okay.
are all our
Ms. Morgan?
I have just a couple
On redirect?
questions on, yes, on redirect. Thank you. Mr. Dick, Ms. Roberts asked you a number of questions about presentation of data or the thresholds. Do you recall these questions in your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Has the district ever suggested that you change your presentation of data?
I don't recall any except for the last month when there was a request on the range for carbon monoxide, I believe was the parameter. And we certainly can accommodate and we will accommodate that request.
And has the district ever suggested that you use different thresholds? Like we talked about a temperature threshold a lot.
No, I don't recall any request to modify any of the values that were in those 9 or 10 bulleted items in the letter.
And the district talked, or Ms. Roberts asked you some questions about a temperature range that was found on an EPA website. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Are you familiar with condition 9 of the stipulated order for abatement?
Yes.
Condition 9A reads, the boundary of the reaction area shall be modified to include the associated landfill surface area of the cells and modules that experience well temperatures of at least 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the threshold's built into the stipulated order.
Yes.
And the
Objection mischaracterizes the order. 9A does not currently define the reactionary boundary. It says it's initially defined by that.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Mr. Dick, in your reactionary determinations, you actually use a more conservative value. Is that right?
Yes, more conservative, meaning that the 160 degree Fahrenheit gas temperature is 10 degrees less than the 170 degrees Fahrenheit. and so would, in theory, capture a greater number of wells.
The EPA website Ms. Roberts showed you, does that contain the same information as the exhibit that Chiquita submitted at V, which is a EPA fact sheet titled, "When does a municipal solid waste landfill become an elevated temperature landfill?"
I haven't done a word for word comparison, but I believe it's very similar and certainly is congruent for the most part.
And both the website and this fact sheet list common indicators of an ETLF. Is that right?
That's correct.
You know, if you'll humor me, I want to walk you through sort of a logic question. You remember if-then statements from grade school?
Oh, I do. How exciting.
If I may, the district really needs to get to its first witness. He's not going to be available, and he flew in from Sacramento specifically for this. If we could try and condense our testimony, I would appreciate this.
Go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. When the EPA guidance says common indicators of an ETLF, is this if you have one of these indicators, then you have an ETLF?
No, I believe it's if you have an ETLF, then it will likely and is expected to demonstrate and exhibit these indicators or characteristics. At that point, they aren't indicators, they're characteristics.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions now about the automated wellhead control system. Now, the district asked you a number of questions about that condition, proposed condition 75. Does the condition throughout reference a control system?
Certainly, it uses the term controller unit, which, based on my engineering practice, involves some apparatus or device that controls something, governs something. So,
and the district's acronym throughout is RMCS. What does that stand for?
Remote Monitoring and Control System.
On the monitoring point, you referenced in your testimony a proposal for a feasibility study that Chiquita had submitted. Is that the proposal that is Chiquita submitted as an exhibit attached to your declaration? So your declaration is exhibit Q, and at exhibit S, there is a proposal to assess the viability and functionality of landfill gas well field automated remote monitoring system.
That's the document I was citing.
And that was submitted to the district on January 31st.
Correct.
Right? And that would, if that proposal were approved, allow Chiquita to study the ability to enhance or add to the remote monitoring already conducted at the site.
Yes.
Has the district responded to that proposal?
No, not to my knowledge.
And just a couple more questions about this contested condition. Ms. Roberts walked you through some questions about the written policy that would be required by this condition. Is that right?
Correct.
And that condition specifically says that AQMD has review authority and can modify the policy before approval, correct?
Yes, it states that.
After you've heard Ms. Roberts' line of questioning and what could be a difference of understanding in how the condition operates, do you still object to this condition? Would you still contest this condition?
Yes, in my professional opinion, I would still object or contest because in my professional opinion, the sequence of prioritized objectives is incompatible with the basic fundamental operational strategy for the ETLF site and specifically that portion of the Chiquita Canyon landfill that's receiving or is experiencing an ETLF event.
Right. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Dick. I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Roberts?
Nothing further for this witness.
All right, so, well, I got that. So just want to be clear so everyone understands the process here. So Mr. Dick is off the stand. We're not calling him back today.
Unless the hearing board has questions for
Well,
him.
okay. Everybody's just so antsy. Must have been some real serious lunch today, right? So we're gonna have the hearing board members question Mr. Dick. And then the rest of the afternoon will be the district's afternoon. Were we clear? This is what we all
Correct.
agreed to, right, Mr. Pearman? All right. Hearing board members, questions of Mr. Dick. Mr. Balakapalan.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Dick.
Good afternoon.
Actually, my question, I think you need to give out, the supplemental because it's on QQ.
Yes,
Some data.
I will get it.
Out. And specifically, we heard mention, Mr. Dick, TP. Actually, can we pass out the one for board members, the appendix? Because the data that I'm going to refer to is in the appendix, I believe.
Oh, you like the attachments to triple Q?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or is it triple Q or full?
It's triple Q.
Yeah, triple Q.
Yes, we'll grab those.
Yeah. And I think we heard mention about TP08,
Yes.
correct? So what's the max temperature you recall on TP08?
Well, the maximum temperature that I recall that any depth interval experienced in that temperature monitoring probe, specifically upon reactivation on January 10th, I believe was in the 200-degree range. Now, I would obviously need to see the data to indicate a specific value, but it was somewhere in that range.
Okay, if I can have you look at that data and I have it on, and this is on page 83. I happen to be scrolling so I just wanted to verify page 1, at least electronically, page 83. And that says maximum vertical temperature map from temperature probes at Chiquita landfill.
Yes,
Thank you.
please, Ms. Roberts, thank you.
It might be a different page because. Oh, yeah, You see TP08, what the temperature, it's over it's not a decimal, is it? It's over 2,000 degrees there. Is that a typo or error or?
Yes,
And
we interpreted the value of 2,508 degrees Fahrenheit as either a typo, although the data is transcribed electronically. So when I say typo, I don't mean a human typist,
right,
but also some anomaly or outlier problem with the equipment and signal wire.
And it's repeated, by the way, on subsequent monthly reports where the temperature is showing pretty much the same. So I'm assuming something went amiss there.
Yes.
Because elsewhere I did see your max temperature is different. In summary tables, it's different.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree that would have been interpreted by the reaction committee as an anomaly in the data.
So we don't need to throw the baby out of the bathwater because one data point is incorrect somehow.
Correct.
The rest of it, to your best of your knowledge, is representative of what was recorded.
Absolutely. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of data and measurements being obtained, over a monthly period. I think we have a high degree of confidence in data validity. Occasionally, we have observed something like this that gives us reason to suspect in a particular individual point. I also am reminded that at TP6, there was a period in which we knew and confirmed that there was, as you said, something amiss with the data. and work to correct that.
Pardon, if I may inquire,
I'm sorry.
you said, so we don't need to throw.
Throw the baby out of the bathwater.
That's what I got.
Okay. I mean, not, okay, you got my point. And I do, looking at the same data set, so when you have temperatures above sort of boiling point of water, 212, what is occurring at that particular area of the well, when you
Yeah.
have that high temperature?
Great question. So in subsurface waste, buried waste materials at ETLF sites, we do observe that the leachate can exist in liquid form at temperatures higher than 212 because of the pressure. So as you know, the boiling point for phase transition from liquid to gaseous phase water occurs at 212 at standard temperature and pressure. Obviously, at those depths, we don't have standard pressure.
So it's superheated, but it's not basically.
It's superheated liquid, and it
Liquid.
hasn't undergone the phase transition to steam. Yes,
Right.
you're correct.
Okay. All right. Then let me go back to the contested condition, and I wanted to, because I was getting like condition 66 of the existing monitoring. I think you alluded to it, because, and I'll bring that up. I believe stipulated. It says respondent shall install and operate a real-time monitoring system. So in this condition, and that is in the reaction area.
I believe 66, a different subpart required the respondent to put forth, and it was sometime around October 15th of 2024 that the respondent proposed certain well heads that would receive the instrumentation being required under that. And those well heads were not exclusively within the reaction area. They were actually spread out because we wanted to get geospatial diversity of the instrumentation. It was part of the feasibility evaluation.
So were you able to get a vendor who was, so let me rephrase that. Are there any in the reaction area?
Yes, we intentionally did put those temperature transmitters at wellheads that we expected to have hot gas.
And was it at that elevated temperature, did the vendor specifications allow for that instrument to be in placed there?
Yes, because the instrument is only a actual thermocouple, then we were able to find thermocouples rated for temperatures that were within the range expected for gas in the reaction area.
So explain to me between real-time monitoring versus the proposed real-time monitoring and control, what you see as the difference?
Oh, well, under condition 66, for real-time, or what I call continuous monitoring, we're just taking measurements. And there's no command from a series of logic to instruct an actual device to modulate or make an adjustment of the control valve. So when we saw the condition, or I saw the condition of remote monitoring and control system, RMCS, in conjunction with the use of the term controller unit, it was natural to interpret that as dictating that something would actually adjust the control at the wellhead. The control valve is what I mean.
Right. So this real-time monitoring, when the operator gets data real time, and then he communicates to the field tech. Is it
remote monitoring and control system?
I maybe should play back. Sorry, I'm just trying to. This real-time data collected, how is that transmitted to the field personnel?
Yes, so the real-time measurements when the instrument collects that data. It goes through telemetry, and that's my term for Bluetooth connection or cellular or modem or satellite, various means of communication. It's stored in an electronic database platform, and the technicians can access that from either a standard computer or their mobile device if they have the appropriate app installed on the mobile device. So they
Based
can.
on that, they make the appropriate adjustments when they're at the wellhead.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Goes through.
So the control, yeah, I'm not sure whether echo, but maybe Cynthia has a couple of things open. Oh, okay, she's muted. Okay. So the condition 77 indicate controlling, make it open and shutting valve, head valve, and
I believe it's 75.
75, sorry, yes, you're right.
I think.
Now, I think Ms. Roberts pointed out, this is outside the reaction area though, right?
Correct,
Proposed.
those are.
So would that be, what is the issue if it's outside the reaction area to have that remote monitoring and control?
Yeah, so a couple things. One, based on my experience, I don't know of a controller system unit that's available in the marketplace that's rated to withstand temperatures in excess of 140 degrees. And while I acknowledge we're outside of the reaction area, we still do encounter temperatures of the gas greater than 140 degrees. So I have reservations that the equipment will be suitable from just a material science standpoint. And then another concern I have is about the manner in which the control valve, I believe, will be commanded to close in an attempt to try to improve the gas quality. And because we're outside of the reaction area, but we still do encounter some poor quality gas, that will have a situation where the valve will close in an attempt to improve the gas quality, and that's counterproductive to the heat removal we're doing to contain the reaction.
Let me, if this was a non-ETLF type condition and this was proposed, would you have, as a pilot or something, would you have any objections to it?
No, as I think I said in my testimony, while they're not common, they are in use in the landfill industry, and I believe there are suitable applications for remote monitoring and controller units. One that would be where the temperature rating is, two, where the objective isn't to detrimental to heat removal. So it's important for heat removal. The only qualifier I make, sir, on my support or endorsement of it is I do believe that all the units on the marketplace do not conform with the electrical hazard classification. And so from a safety standpoint, I don't know that it would be appropriate. Now, that is certainly increased at an ETLF site because of the presence of hydrogen in the gas. But even at a non-ETLF site, we have methane, and as you know, methane is explosive between 5 and 15% by volume in air. So I still am somewhat uncomfortable with it.
Would any manufacturer or supplier provide that, knowing the specifications at the landfill?
That's a great point. I do believe that some manufacturer supplier could opt to provide, and I think there are perhaps in development a way to make these things, these systems, these controller systems, to be satisfy the Class 1 Div 1 electrical hazard classification requirements.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pearman.
Sure. So since, say, December of 2024, would you say temperatures are going down in the reaction area?
I don't have evidence of an actual cooling of the temperatures at the temperature monitoring probes. I do, however, have evidence that there are temperatures of gas wellheads and down well temperatures in the reaction area that are not indicative of a reaction. So we obviously have one or two sub-area pockets within the delineated 28-acre reaction area that I believe are unlikely to have a reaction. The reaction committee has not opted to date to exclude those areas because we're a little bit cautious about making this a connect the dot type exercise where we just look at well to well type information. And it's also counter intuitive to think that the reaction can exist in fragmented islands or small pockets of heat. And so, yes, I do think we have some evidence of some cooler temperatures. I don't know that without looking at the data that I can, off the top of my head, produce evidence or call out, a specific location where we've had a significant decrease in temperatures. I will say the temperatures at the gas wellheads do fluctuate on a week-to-week basis. So there's obviously some, baseline reference point where we have something cooler. I don't know that that alone suggests that the reaction has been, halted or ceased in that location.
All right. And I think earlier you said that from your experience in other similar situations, it might be 18 to 24 months to see significant reductions after the mitigation implementation. And in this case, that period of implementation was like the end of 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You just discussed your reluctance to do some of the remote monitoring in condition 75 as proposed. And one reason was the absence of maybe a model on the marketplace that could handle maybe the temperatures in the area outside the reaction area. But help me understand, since you had proposed, and you said the district hasn't responded in what's called Exhibit S to Mr. Dick's declaration, but it's the January 31st, 2025 proposal to assess the viability and functionality of landfill gas well field automated remote monitoring system. So why were you willing to consider one in the reaction area, but you're saying it's just impossible to think of one outside of it? Help me understand that.
Yeah, certainly I can see where that would be confusing. So the proposal of feasibility and the proposal was a test protocol to exclusively look at remote monitoring, no control aspect, just instrumentation that would be deployed in the well for purposes of measurements. We are able to identify manufacturers and the materials, the appropriate materials for individual measurement components. I'll use an example of like a thermometer that could be deployed. And the purpose of that feasibility study was obviously to test the functionality, viability, life expectancy, and resiliency of the different components, but it was only to monitor and measure data. There was no controller. My statement about temperature rating was intended to be applied to the control aspect of what I believe condition 75 was requiring.
Okay. So in condition 75, Exhibit 74 at page 4 on the subpart C operation, I'll grant you there's language that says the RMCS controller units shall additionally include the ability to remotely adjust valve positioning and tuning of the wells. And that sounds like it's controlling in your definition, even though testimony from the district councilors, they didn't intend that to be, and we can discuss that when they went to the peers. But I understand how you can read that as saying they intended to control remotely by this device. But assuming that's not the case, let's look at a couple of remaining points of the unit's operation on page 5. When they talk about item sub 4, Roman numeral 4, to monitor the data collected and utilize it in accordance with the written policy, and the landfill gas collection system shall additionally be optimized according to written policy. So is the idea of taking data that might have been collected inimical to a good system of mitigation measures, just the idea of using that information? Is that something that you shouldn't do?
No, I don't have any opposition to, as you described, synthesizing, analyzing the data, using it to inform good judgment decisions and acting on those decisions.
Okay. And then on page 6 of 11, this is again under subpart Roman 4, they have some bullet points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this talked about giving priority to certain aspects. Item 1 is wellhead valve position, open or close, optimized to maximize landfill gas extraction with healthy gas and minimize oxygen intrusion. So forgetting about whether you think the number should be less than 2% or under 30%, is the idea of maximizing or adjusting valve position to maximize extraction a bad idea or a good idea in terms of mitigation?
It's a good idea. I fully endorse and support the idea of adjusting valve position to maximize landfill gas extraction.
Okay. And then point 2, which said performance of well tuning immediately if oxygen composition at a wellhead reaches or exceeds 2%. Now, if we assume immediately implied a mechanical computer device and we strike that and just say do it when a human person get to it, is the idea of moderating the oxygen composition at some level, whether it's 2% or 4%, is that by itself a bad idea in terms of mitigation measures?
No, in theory, in general, the concept of being cautious and prudent to try to avoid air intrusion is well-founded, and I support that. I have a particular, I guess, reluctance to be limited and defined by a numerical value such as 2%.
And then item 3, which talked about optimizing nearby vertical extraction wells to increase vacuum. If a wellhead valve is completely open with full vacuum and the well is not experiencing oxygen intrusion, and you may disagree about the percentage definition of oxygen intrusion, but is that concept of manipulating the wellhead valve in that case a good idea sometimes in terms of mitigation measures?
This one, I'll draw your attention and try to explain this. So this talks about optimizing nearby vertical extraction wells, meaning not the subject well, but other wells, to increase their vacuum if the subject well is completely open with full vacuum and the subject well is not experiencing oxygen intrusion. So my opposition to this particular condition is I don't think it's prudent to induce the mandatory adjustment to increase vacuum at other wells which are not the subject of the monitoring, because those wells could be perfectly tuned and well balanced, but would only receive an adjustment because of a different well. And that's typically inconsistent with general practices for well field monitoring.
But you use the term mandatory, so I'm wondering where you got that from in terms of the adjustment to the nearby wells. Again, if that adjustment was decided by a human being based upon the circumstances, would that change your opinion of that being a relevant and potentially helpful mitigation measure?
Sure, perhaps my interpretation of optimizing was too draconian, and I would concede that if there was an allowance for an assessment by a human technician to consider alternative corrective measures or prudent actions, that this wouldn't be. But yeah, I interpreted it as requiring some adjustment at adjacent wells to increase vacuum, and that is concerning to me.
Okay. My only comment is it would be great, it sounds like if within the 2 weeks you could get together, if there is no automatic controller feature, as the district says, and it's just talking about the monitoring and using it or not, there ought to be a lot of ways to have some consensus unless Takeda just refuses any written policy, which seems kind of strange here. And if you have different languages about 160 degrees versus 130 or 2%, 4%, then, we'll decide which one we want to pick. But I really think you should try and see if the district has modified their interpretation and you understand it now, that maybe you could reach some consensus, some aspects of it. That's just a editorial comment. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yes, I do. I had a follow-up and
Okay, so we're going to just take one follow-up because Ms. Roberts really needs to get to her case.
I do, but I think I'll try to make it a compound question then. I think Ms. Roberts mentioned there was a change in the bore temperature legend as far as, the range. What was she referring to? Do you know?
Oh, yes. So for the thermocouples that are suspended for in situ monitoring, they produce a numerical value on a continuous basis. So you could know what the actual measurement at any depth interval is, say last night at 2 a.m. And that data is available for us to review. But what is produced as part of a weekly report, I believe it goes to the LEA and is included as a visualization tool for purposes of supporting the monthly reaction report, is it's an average of either the past 7 days or the past 30 days, and that average is using colors to map a certain temperature between the range, and there was a modification of that range.
Not a manipulation of data.
No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, sorry, not a
Manipulation of
manipulation of data. Okay.
Mr.
a
Chair, I do
compound
have
to
a question.
Okay, Mr. Balakapalan has the
Let me
floor.
just, sorry. Before we lose you and the other speaker, this is the first time we're hearing the term, we have ETLF is, we have heard over the last several hearings, but now we are hearing a new terminology, and that's what SET. So in your opinion, it seems to imply more of a subsurface oxidation occurring.
Correct.
Versus, an elevated temperature event.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta?
Thank you, and I apologize if this information was already given at the beginning of this part of the hearing. We had some audio problems, but in any case, my question is, in reference to the monitoring system, is there a security system also that's that has cameras, that is that watches over this monitoring system?
Because the instrumentation that is taking the measurements for this monitoring system is deployed over the top of the well field, top of the landfill where the wells penetrate the surface, I don't believe that there's individual cameras that record a pictorial image at each wellhead.
So
Or at
there's no
least-
real security system.
Yeah, not of that nature, at least not to the best of my knowledge. Now, there could, and perhaps likely is, although I don't have intimate knowledge of it, of a camera system for security on the site. But if I understood your question to mean, is there a camera system that provides security at each of the individual 20 wells that currently have measurement devices? I haven't seen one, and I'm not aware that one exists for those top of landfill surface wells.
And on this monitoring system, can it be, can somebody come in and manually affect it in any way? Can they change the data on there in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions I have.
Ms. Roberts, your witness.
Thank you. The district will call Mr. Todd Thalhammer. Sorry, my witness just stepped out of the room to
Okay,
use the restroom.
no
real
problem at
quick.
all. So, no, we'll take oh, there he is.
So the district will call Mr. Todd Thalhammer.
Mr. Thalhammer, I hope they brought you a very good lunch. He's scratching his ear. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dick.
We'll skip that part.
All right.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Thalhammer. Did you take the oath this morning?
I did.
Thank you for that. And can you spell your name for the record?
Thalhamer.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a senior waste management engineer for Calicycle and Recycling.
And how long have you been in that position?
A long time, 33 years.
And do your duties at Cal Recycle include evaluating set events, gas migration, and emissions?
Yes,
Do you review landfill gas data, odors, and emission causes?
yes,
And do you review landfill temperature data and slope stability of landfills?
yes, I do.
Are you a subject matter expert in any particular areas?
I'm a subject matter expert in smoldering events, subsurface elevated temperature events, and also structural debris from wildfires, unfortunately, in Eaton and Paradise as well.
A little bit further back.
Further back? Okay.
I'm a subject matter expert in
Subsurface events, the smolders, subsurface elevated temperature events, and structural debris from wildfires.
And did you submit a copy of your CV as Exhibit 75?
I did.
And in the brevity of time, I won't go through all of Exhibit 75, but does Exhibit 75 generally lay out your qualifications for your expertise in the areas that you mentioned?
It does.
And I would just note for the board that Exhibit 75 is in evidence and contains those qualifications for your review. Are you familiar with Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Very much so.
And are you familiar with the subsurface reaction that is occurring at the landfill?
I am, yes.
And can you briefly describe your professional involvement with respect to this ongoing event?
Basically, Cal Recycle is a technical review team or experts for Los Angeles County Local Enforcement Agency. So they are actually the agency that's responsible for regulating that landfill. Cal Recycle acts as, and my group acts as technical assistance. Back in 23, I was requested to look at a subsurface elevated temperature event and started down a pathway of reviewing all the data at Chiquita.
And are you also familiar with the South Coast AQMD stipulated order for abatement?
Yes, I am.
And have you reviewed the most recent stipulated order for abatement?
I have.
And are you familiar with the conditions and requirements of it?
I am.
Are you also familiar with the reaction committee established by the order?
I am.
And are you familiar with Condition 9, requiring the reaction committee to review data and determine the reaction area boundary on a monthly basis?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the committee's most recent determination from May of 2025?
I have.
And did you review the monthly report?
I did.
And one moment to hide these. And is the monthly report that you reviewed and is currently on the, well, should be on the screen shortly. I think there's some delay between my computer and what's on the screen, but you also have a binder in front of you. So if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 78, is that the monthly report that you reviewed as the most recent one?
Yes.
And based on the data that you reviewed, and I'm going to ask you to take a look at the map that is on page 6 of that monthly report, and which is currently up on the screen. Based on the data that you have reviewed, do you agree with the current boundary as established by the reaction committee? And that is the pinkish magenta boundary.
I do not.
And what do you believe the case to be with respect to the current boundary?
I believe the current boundary is approximately 50% greater than what is shown here.
So if the reaction area were approximately 30 acres in its current form, you'd be estimating that it's upwards of 60 acres in size currently?
Yeah, it's 60 to 80. I mean, I don't have my CAD drawings, but it's significantly larger than what's drawn here.
And you mentioned earlier that you had been requested to provide technical assistance to the LEA in evaluating the landfill. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you write letter reports setting out the evidence that you reviewed and the conclusions that you came to?
I did.
And was one of those letters on September 20th of 2024, and which is in evidence as Exhibit 76?
Yes,
And did you also issue a letter on March 28th, 2025, which is in evidence as Exhibit 77?
I did.
And do these letter reports constitute your expert analysis as to the extent of the reaction at Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Yes, they do.
And do they also represent your expert analysis as to the efficacy of pulling liquid and gas to mitigate the reaction?
It does. I believe I discussed it in both letters, but I think most of it was in the latter, March 25 letter.
And just to quickly turn to that letter that you wrote, the one in March 28th of 2025, you listed out all of the data and material that you reviewed in coming to your conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And this included things such as 8 years of Chiquita Canyon's NSPS and NESHAP reports,
yes,
5 years of their annual Rule 1150 reports.
yes,
It included raw landfill gas data from 2022 to 2025.
yes, it did.
It included their landfill gas migration reports,
It did.
downwell temperature monitoring reports,
Yes,
weekly TMP reports,
yes,
fisher and settlement reports,
yes,
and a variety of other reports and data that have been submitted either through you or through the LEA.
yes.
And are these letters true and accurate copies of your analysis as you wrote it and as you reviewed them as exhibits?
Yes, they are.
And what was your conclusion with respect to whether the reaction area is expanding in this letter?
My conclusion was that the reaction has expanded past what CCL is representing.
And what was your conclusion with respect to whether or not extracting gas and liquids has been an effective mitigation measure to control the reaction?
I don't believe that methodology is working.
Now, did you prepare a presentation to share with respect to your conclusions regarding the reaction at the landfill?
I did. It's a short presentation.
Let me pull that up.
Is that better?
There we go.
That's great.
This.
No, one over.
Thank you. Could you first start by telling us what is a set event?
Well, just for the record, I know earlier testimony said that I created the terminology set event. It actually wasn't myself. It was a consultant that we have hired at CalRecycle, Dr. Timothy Stark, has created the term set event, and we can go into the details of that. I just want to let everybody know that I wasn't the original author of the word set event. It was Dr. Stark. Your question?
Well, what is a set event? As
Right.
that term
What is a set event? All right, so let's go ahead and go through the first slide. Let's go to the next slide. So a set event is all inclusive. And looking at temperature, looking at data at landfills, how do we get to elevated temperatures? So a set event is the very first thing that occurs in a landfill, regardless of whether it's a smolder, pyrolysis, ETLF, whatever it may occur. The first scenario is a set event, and it's a subsurface elevated temperature event. And it can include air intrusion, like the previous expert was talking about, overdrawing the system. It can be started from holes, it can be started from erosion reel, it can be drawn from overpull. It can be all sorts of scenarios where it can be partially extinguished subsurface fires that came in, like a lithium battery. It was, should we say, then piled up in waste and it starts later. It can be aluminum dross, a reaction. It can be an exothermic chemical reaction. Okay, sorry. It can be coal ash. It can be recycling, anything that would cause elevated temperatures in a landfill. Steel slag would be another scenario. Magnesium, aluminum, all those oxides. Remember, if you remember the periodic table, right? So we're looking for reactive material. That's what can also cause a set event. What causes temperatures to elevate in a landfill?
And what are the consequences or possible consequences of a set event?
Well, most of the time, set events are handled very quietly and controlled at the landfills. We don't hear much about them. You see them in NSPS reports, sometimes in special logs. But where we're at right now is catastrophic. So you took a full-fledged landfill that was taking 7,000 tons on a day-to-day basis, and we have closed it. So unfortunately, a set event can end up closing an entire landfill. When you do that, you're damaging environmental control systems. You're having emissions and odors into the community. You have leachate outbreaks. You have damage to the liner. You have slope stability problems, all along down the list. So you've actually had industrial accidents, community exposures, those types of scenarios.
And once a set event begins, can it expand or travel?
Some set events will expand and travel depending upon how it's being operated and what time of the waste was, how the waste was placed. Most of the time, the set events are small. They're contained by tuning down the wells, putting an additional cover, doing operational changes that's typically detailed in their landfill operating manual permits.
And can you explain the key metrics that are used to identify and monitor these types of events?
So initially, there's not a lot of data that's not to be gathered. Like we've talked about the words TMPs, and those are the temperature probes that are down at the bottom of the ground. Small minor note that 2,000 degrees that you had mentioned prior, I actually know the cause of that. It is because it was unplugged. When it unplugs, it goes to the default of 2,000 something degrees. So it wasn't an erroneous data. It was just when you unplug the data center, that's the data it shows. So anyway, sorry, going back to the initial data temperatures. So you have temperature increases, pressure increases, methane increases, oxygen exceedances, right? Those are the things you typically look for. This is all written in your landfill operation maintenance plan. So these are things you look for as a technician or anybody reviewing the data. Now, as they start to expand, you get certain scenarios where you're looking at data trends, you're looking at carbon monoxide, you're looking at hydrogen gas, ultra organic compounds, settlement, fissures, slope instability. You look at those additional things along with the TMP probes that you should be putting in and monitoring these things.
Now, you mentioned temperature as one of the criteria that's used to monitor. I'd like to go through some of the various temperature thresholds that might be relevant to an event like this. Could you first start by explaining what, if anything, happens around 131 degrees?
There's a number of steps, and these steps have been in regulations for a very long period of time. 131 is kind of goes back into NSPS, back into the 80s, from the kind of the first evolutions of the regulations. The 131 was designed as a warning to the industry, is that once you've got to 131, you need to start paying attention to your gas control system. So it was a conservative number such that you need to start paying attention. So the normal landfill operations typically don't get into the 131 range. That was an NSPS regulation. It's still in NSPS regulation as today. Since then, industry and EPA got together and changed NSPS regulations, and that number has now come up to 145. So 145 is kind of the new standard as far as what you should be paying attention to, and it also requires them to do certain scenarios. They're supposed to take it down well temperature. They're supposed to look at other scenarios. So as you increase temperature, you increase additional requirements from EPA's regulations. The next step is 165, then it gets to 170. If you get a wellhead temperature at 170, you're supposed to notify the regulatory agency within 24 hours. So that's kind of an area where they draw a bright line and say, if you're at 170, you have some serious consequences. And this is why Dr. Stark and I use the word set events, because again, we want to understand what the root cause is. And so we don't get into long-term studies. We want to know before we get into a scenario that we have as of today at Chiquita.
And what happens even further beyond that, for example, around 212 degrees?
So 212 degrees is another very significant number in landfills. While you heard testimony that pressure, temperature standard, well, what if the liquid is not under pressure from deep well? So what happens at 212? You change phases, you go from a liquid to a gas. I'm an old firefighter. We were always taught when we were young that when you got to 212, it was 1,700 times expansion. So you take 1 unit of water, it expands 1,700 times. That expansion is the cause of the pressure. That expansion is the cause of lots of issues at the landfill. So when you cross the 212 threshold, and again, it can have some pressure, maybe it's 220, maybe 215, but when you cross that threshold, you're now taking a liquid and you're turning it into a vapor. That vapor is now overwhelming gas control systems. From that temperature, the next major mark in the world of set events is around 230, 240, which is a temperature at which waste pyrolyzes. It's important to understand that distinction. That number will vary based upon the moisture content of the waste. However, it's a huge mark. So when you see temperatures at 250, 260, 250, 245, you know the waste is being pyrolyzed. Pyrolyzed is an endothermic reaction, so meaning you have to add heat, you have to add energy to it in order to pyrolyze waste. So when you get to those temperatures, you know that something is driving the pyrolysis. There is a other reaction that is even higher than that. You don't get to pyrolysis by itself. The industry attempted to study this a few years back. They thought it was going to be a self-sustaining exothermic reaction. However, their studies proved that that wasn't the case. So it is an endothermic reaction, and that means something has to drive that temperature to that particular mark. Hold it back just a little bit. Sorry, I think it's possible.
There you go. That should
Okay.
be okay. Now, could you also explain, to your understanding, what is an ETLF?
That's an interesting term that the industry has, as they've made up over the years. It came from the first major reaction of this event was in Ohio, it was at countywide, and this is where they recirculated leachate through aluminum dross, which is a reactive material, and caused a very similar event that is happening here. It's a term that industry uses. It's a term that I will not use. I don't recognize it because there is no cause. They come up with unknown chemical reaction, or they've come up with multiple statements, but at the end of the day, if you did a root cause, which Chiquita has not done it to this point, they haven't looked at the data. They haven't found the data that I have found, the time that I've found, is that what is an LTF? I don't know. But to this day, I don't know how you get to those temperatures. Their own industry. The latest claim is that the only way you can get there is that the landfill accepted some unknown industrial waste. It's just really not a possible event for me. So I don't recognize the term. I don't use the term because at the end of the day, there's either a set event, there's pyrolysis, and there's combustion. What drives the pyrolysis? Could it be a reactive waste? Absolutely. It can be aluminum dross, drives the temperature. So I don't use that terminology because there is really no cause.
I know you don't recognize the term, but is there any overlap between the term set event and ETLF?
Yes, absolutely. The LTF is a subset of a set event. I mean, in this definition, there is a spot where the elevated temperatures could come from aluminum dross or some unknown chemical reaction. So it's a subset of a set event. Sorry, reporter, but.
Now, you mentioned it's an industry developed term. In your experience, is there a benefit from a landfill's perspective to call it an ETLF instead of a set event?
Absolutely. And this is something that I, myself, Dr. Stark, and others, a few other have been working with, is that when you call it an LTF, you get to do things outside of the normal regulatory process, like overdraw, win additional oxygen, pull hard as you want on wells. You make claims that you don't know where the reaction started from. You're able to take temperature data, remind that the temperature probably started somewhere in 22, but the the TMPs were not established until April of '24. So that data gets to be said, hey, we collected this data. This is what it looks like. All the other elevated temperature events look like this. But if you did a root cause, you would realize that the majority of the high temperatures were actually shallow based upon the data that I've looked at. So there's a tactical advantage because the landfills get to use this as a means to come up with their theory of operational and containment. So like I said, that's another reason I don't use the event much.
So you mentioned the lack of a root cause analysis, but is there, and you mentioned some data, but does any of that data establish that this is an ETLF?
There's currently no evidence that there is an industrial or an unknown waste in the landfill.
And similarly, does that data that you have reviewed rule out that this is a set event?
That data does not rule out that it's a set event.
And so how would you classify CCL's reaction?
I would classify from my humble review is that it started in 3 wells sometime in 22. Those 3 wells, one of the wells were actually a well that they came in for an HOV, higher operating value, and tracing it back to there, looking at the notes and the data that was from that scenario, looks to me like a typical smolder that started in those 3 wells. And then from there, they applied the elevated temperature landfill event, which is pull harder on your wells to try to remove the heat and gas, which to date, even their own expert in their last webinar admitted that it only occurs in the United States. So these elevated temperature events have only occurred in the United States. They have not occurred in Canada, Mexico, Europe, Asia, anywhere else except for here. And so for me, the root cause is the most critical piece of this scenario, is to look at the evidence before we get into a major event. Because again, if we can do a root cause on rockets that get launched in the air and explode, to me, the most critical scenario is to determine what the root cause is. And that means you have to go back in the data and start from the beginning and find out where it started.
Now, notwithstanding how it started, what criteria are you using to assess whether the reaction area is expanding?
So at this point, I'm fortunate to work with Chiquita, and they did take my recommendations on the TMPs. And they did finally take the recommendation on the FLIR, which is the front, basically it's a infrared camera that's flown, so you can get those data. You can look at the settlement sinkholes that have occurred. I look at carbon monoxide, I look at hydrogen. But my main scenario to determine where this thing is expanding is based on simple principles of thermodynamics. I look at temperature, and if the temperature is expanding, you need to have some type of expansion, intensity, or magnification of the reaction so that the temperature also is being driven by that expansion. And what the TMPs and other data is clearly showing is that the reaction has expanded past the, should we say, magenta line that they have. Now, I would like to look at what this actually is. A set event is a subsurface elevated temperature event. That does not mean that the smolder is all the way across that area. Does not mean pyrolysis is all the way across to the area that I have said. What I'm saying is that the temperature is well past the area that they are indicating. The analogy would be if I had a wildfire and I had a spot fire, those are 2 separate individual events. As a firefighter, I would treat it as one. Those are 2 separate events. The community that's downwind, that the smoke is affecting, that's also part of the event. So the event for myself and other experts that CalRecycle has hired is that the temperature has expanded. The only reason the temperature is expanding is because there is a large scale energy, heat, somewhere in the landfill that is now pyrolyzing waste. The pyrolysis is continuing, and now the heat is also continuing. I don't make the determination that it has to be reaction material in order to get to the temperatures where it is. So this is thermodynamics. This is a process where the heat is continuing to expand. Their TMPs have shown it both in the deep and shallow reactions.
Now, you mentioned temperature several times and it exceeding certain metrics. What temperature threshold are you looking at to make a determination of whether it's potentially expanded?
I'm using their metric of 160. That's a metric that they selected in the guides of negotiation and agreement. And it's actually a more conservative number than I would have selected. So I'm using their metric of 160 to determine where this set event is continuing to expand. So that's kind of the bright line test number that I use.
And what happens to methane or other landfill gas activity around 160 degrees?
The literature and should we say landfill 101 world, around 160 is where the methanogenic bacteria start to die off. That's key. So we're looking at a temperature at which the regulations will address, and that thou shall not operate a gas control system in such a manner that causes a fire or the killing of methanogenetic bacteria. 160 is kind of the upper limit where bacteria start to die off. Now, could they still produce good methane at 160? Probably not. Would I prefer to use a higher number? Yes, but I think I will give them credit for using 160. I think it's a good number to evaluate.
Now, you mentioned that you receive temperature probe data from CCL, correct?
I receive it weekly, yes.
And did you compare that temperature data over time?
I have.
And did you review that temperature data from the June 6, 2024 report?
I did from the June, yes, from the April to June report. This is the very first map, a visual map to kind of give an indication of what the reaction, what the set event was doing. Green meaning, I think they used, in this particular map, they used green at 150. In later maps after this, I requested them to use 145, which is an NSPS regulations. I want to know when you got past the NSPS regulations. So this is a map that shows the maximum daily temperature of that well and the depth. So that was the very first map that I was able to review from Chiquita.
And do you know how this temperature data is collected?
It's collected on a real-time basis using thermocouples and telemetrics, Bluetooth, as the previous expert had witnessed. So basically, it's data that's collected hourly, and it's then submitted and reviewed. We have a notification criteria that they're supposed to notify the LEA that if it goes a certain amount of degrees really quickly, they notify us within 24 hours. If it's smaller than that, they notify us once a week.
And so you reviewed temperatures in 2024, and then you also reviewed temperatures again in the weekly reports, but you also reviewed them recently from May 8th of 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you point out some of the differences between what we looked at in 2024 and then a year later now in 2025?
So what's really important to understand is that first and foremost, a number of new wells have come online, which gives us some new data that we did not have in 24. So there was originally 1 through 19. Some got installed. A few couldn't be installed because of geysering of the wells. So it wasn't safe to do so. But since then, in the guides of discussion of a barrier layer, we came up with a Sentinel program where we were going to use TMPs to determine if the set event had crossed a certain line. What you're witnessing here is that between the two maps is that there were lots of green, right, below 150, below 145. And then in April of 2005, there were only 2 wells that were still within that green range, meaning that thermodynamically speaking, the temperature is continuing to increase. Now, some of the new wells that came online, we did not expect to see. You'll see, looking at the orange, TP29 and TP31, along with TP24, they're significantly away from their reaction area that is under their dotted line. Now, to kind of give you an idea, there's your cover that's been placed, but this was a very concerning event once these first came online for us because we didn't have data over there. We just had the wellhead data. And mind you that the wellhead data can be off by 120 degrees. And this is their own data. This isn't something from another project. This is wellhead data that they've submitted to us, and then they've done down well boring. So we don't technically know on certain wells. But when the TMPs came online, we did know. That was pretty much the summary of that slide.
And with respect to the orange sensors, you mentioned before the criteria that you're using of 160. What is the minimum range for the orange coloration of temperature probes here?
So the minimum range is 170. That's based upon the NSPS regulations, right? So when we get to 170, that's a high mark. It's in the regulation that says you shall notify US EPA and other agencies that have the authority that you hit that mark. And it says in the regulations at any temperature, whether it's down well or wellhead.
And now this being from a little over a month ago, you mentioned some specific probes that you looked at. So for example, is it the case that TP24 was 186 degrees?
Yes.
And you mentioned TP29, that was 183 degrees.
Yes.
And then you also mentioned TP31, and that was 185 degrees.
Yes.
So ultimately, after you compared these temperatures, what were you able to conclude between the two time periods with respect to the reaction?
The reaction has increased in magnification or intensity and magnification.
Now, did you also review individual temperature probe data over time?
I did. I look at it literally weekly.
And did you on your own chart that temperature data over time as you received it?
So I started charting the data because CCL would only submit the last 6 weeks of data. They would not submit where the data had started from. So they were just representing the last 6 weeks of the data. For myself as an engineer, I want to know what it looked like over time. So I manually inputted the data into a chart with TMPs that were meeting notification criteria. So if it met my criteria of more than 10 degrees, more than 20 degrees, more than 30 degrees, I started charting those wells over time.
Now, did you chart the temperature probes, including temperature probe 13, as seen here?
Yes.
And when you review this data, what are you looking for in order to make a conclusion here?
Very difficult to see, I apologize. But there is the red square with the line red. You can kind of see where that is. That is the very first data point that I charted. That was the data point that was given to us by CCL. It was given to me in a table format, not an actual data format. But with that said, I translated it there. From there, I am looking at whether or not the deeper wells, right? So we have deeper temperature probes and shallow temperature probes. We have, in this particular circumstance, we have 7 probes. Goes from 15 feet, 30, 45, 75, 100, and 140. So as a person that's looking at set events, what I was most concerned with was the temperature spikes that we were seeing at the 15-foot level and the 30-foot level. Also interesting to note that the temperature was also increasing at depth. Not as much, but it was increased. For instance, the 140-foot probe increased from approximately 145 to 160. So what it shows is that there's a definite spike. There's a definite increase in the shallow, which is the 15, 30, and 45. And there's also an increase in the lower and the higher, what should we say, deeper probes as well. So this is something thermodynamically speaking that shows that the temperature is continuing to increase.
And does heat moving as a result of gas and or liquid extraction explain these elevated temperatures at all these probes that you reviewed?
I don't believe that the heat extraction and the liquid extraction is causing the spike that you're seeing at the 15 and 30-foot level. There are temperature probes that are not experiencing this. So remind everyone here that I'm only charting the sites, the TMPs that are showing spikes. There are other TMPs that show constant temperatures and that have not increased during the duration. So the claim that gas is affecting that would say, okay, well then what's going on in the other wells that are not increasing, right? So at the end of the day, you have to put all the theories on the table. You walk through in a root cause analysis and you look at what's causing the temperature spikes.
And so then what do you believe to be the best explanation for these spikes and these temperatures?
Well, a good engineer would tell you that I would want some more data first. But with that said, I believe the spikes are being caused by a number of factors. Again, could a horizontal extraction well cause something at the 30-foot level if that horizontal extraction well was next to a vertical well? That is a possibility, yes. But more likely than not, this is being caused by an overdraw, by a separate smolder that has started from a subsurface event, or the connection of this reaction continuing on from some other set of like pyrolysis that's occurring, and that temperature is now starting to daylight. We don't know exactly what the spike is from, but my particular expertise would tell you that it's most likely from an overdraw.
And did you also review temperature probe 15?
I did.
And is it your understanding that this is now a temperature probe that's included within the reaction area?
As of January 1, 2025, this was now included in the reaction area. So the reaction area has moved, and they now claim that this is part of it. You can see dramatic temperature spikes over time. I believe that this is connected to the main reaction. And the reason I believe that is that the deeper probes have also jumped up considerably. They're approaching the 200-foot level. There was also a massive temperature jump at the 30-foot level and at the 15-foot level.
And did you also review other information indicating an expanded subsurface event?
Yeah, there's many ways to look at this. And again, while my primary driver is temperature, I don't like to make a statement that I just made without looking at the other pertinent data. And some of the other data is in front of us now, and it's fissures, settlement, and repairs. This was a sinkhole that was close to TMP 15. I don't believe that they're interconnected, but this is the current condition at that time. There's also fissures. We look at settlement report. This is Chiquita's ISO patch map, which looks at how much settlement has occurred in the 3 months. The red and magenta colors are areas where it had settled even more. So pyrolyzed, consolidated, temperature broke down the waste, whatever that may be. This is an area that's settled very quickly in 3 months. They've also have a company called Geologic that's tracking the settlement and slope stability. And particular area is 146 and 147, which was next to their tank farm 7, which they're now moved. This is an area that was having lots of fissures as well. So you take all this data along with the next slide, and we look at carbon monoxide trending. So these are all data points that they've provided. Again, I don't get all the data all the time, but what data I do get, I look at it and I use their data to evaluate where this is at. So looking at carbon monoxide, and then the next one, looking at other trends. It's coming. Yeah.
So in terms of on the 2 slides prior when we looked at things, you said you reviewed the settlement, the Fisher reports. What effect does that have on odors and emissions?
So those fissures, especially the sinkhole, you actually can see visual disturbance. You can see visual steam or maybe heat. That's a very large emission source. That's something that the community may or may not be able to observe with their olfactory conditions, but these are things you don't want to see. You don't want to see sinkholes on May 25th, thinking that the reaction is contained to its area that it is. So this is good indication that these types of settlements and fissures that are outside the geomembrane cover will cause some significant odors and emissions.
So based on all this data that you reviewed, the temperatures that you plotted, and the other information you reviewed as indicated in your expert analysis letters, would you say this set event is under control?
No, I would not.
Would you say whether or not the set event is contained?
There is nothing to contain this set event. There is no barrier. There is no wall. The material, based upon Chiquita's report, is that the entire 190 acres of that cell, and again, I may have acres wrong, but that entire main cell is connected. There's nothing preventing the reaction from going completely to the east.
And has the extraction of gas and leachate had a sufficient impact on containing the reaction, in your opinion?
In my opinion, there's an engineering argument to say that they are removing heat. Yes, they're removing heat. But look at it with a different lens, a different angle. Are they removing enough heat thermodynamically speaking, to prevent the reaction from continuing. And that case is not true.
And has Chiquita provided you with any data sufficient to show that it has resulted in a successful containment strategy?
Again, I don't believe that removing gas from a single well, sometimes 150 feet apart, and the leachate that they've removed is a containment strategy. While I said before it is removing heat, I don't think it's removing enough heat to actually stop the reaction.
Are you aware of any published studies indicating that gas in liquid extraction has contained a reaction like this one?
I am not.
Is it possible for you to say exactly where the reaction area boundary is today?
I'm going to agree with the previous expert. I don't have the data. I don't have the time to say this is exactly where it's at. Mind you, remember that we talked about a barrier. There are spaces in this landfill that are 300-400 feet apart where there's no well, there's no temperature probe. Those are the gray areas. Those are the areas that we don't have the data. It's not contiguous. So we have a hole in the ground. We have an 8-inch hole in the ground that we based upon where the temperature is, what the reaction might be. Do I have a general area? Yes, I have a general area where we feel that the reaction is. And those are the orange wells that you saw prior. So if it's orange and if it's 180 degrees, we know that the set event has got to that point.
Now, you mentioned being able to estimate a possible boundary. Have you reviewed the DTSC imminent substantial endangerment order?
Yes, I'm part of that team.
And did you review the Tim Stark comments from February 2025 that were appended to that report?
Yes, I did.
And do you understand figure 2 of that report to represent Stark's opinion on the reaction area based on the review of some of the same materials?
I've reviewed that report and I concur with that's the approximate area based upon elevated temperatures above 170.
And has this reaction area expanded outside the geomembrane cover?
Yes.
And what effect does the reaction being outside the cover have?
Well, this gets to the data. If we get into the 212 degrees where water boils and produces lots of pressure, that's going to overwhelm the gas control system you currently see at that red boundary. If you look at the amount of wells, right, acres per well, and that zone is much smaller than where the reaction area is or next to. So the reaction is starting to move to areas where they have less wells to remove the gas. So along with the fissures and the expansion of the temperatures, you're going to have expansion of the emissions and you're going to have expansion of the odors.
What would, if you could, for comparison's sake, what would be the difference of a fissure with emissions underneath the cover versus a fissure with emissions outside the cover?
They're dramatically different. Part of the DTSC committee that I'm working on as their expert as well. The solution to this particular event is not any different than what solutions are in other situations that have occurred throughout the United States. A full geomembrane cover will need to be installed in order to control the emissions and odors.
So without that cover, in the areas where you showed the pictures of fissures occurring outside of the reaction area, there's nothing to trap those emissions.
No, they have a direct release to the atmosphere.
And so in your opinion, what is the root cause of the continuing odors and emissions being experienced by the community?
The continuation, I do want to say that I believe that some of the odor based upon the complaint logs had gotten somewhat better, and now it's progressing into an area where once again it's increased. The community's being impacted. The numbers are justifying that. So what's happening here is that the reaction has moved out from the cover. The set event has moved out from the cover. I won't say reaction. I don't have the data that says the reaction, but it's a set event that has moved out, and those fissures in the soil are causing releases into the environment.
Okay. And if we could look at the map of the reaction from Exhibit 78, this is the May 2025 monthly determination by the reaction committee. It's all the way at the bottom, I think. A little higher. It's the,
It's this one?
no, it's the,
Or this one?
Yeah, that one. Do you have an opinion on whether a boundary with this level of detail and precision is reasonable? And I'm talking about the magenta.
Yeah, specifically if you were to zoom in on TP15, which was included January 1 of 2025, I don't believe that that's a boundary that I would believe in. I think that that boundary is narrowed to the point where multiple aspects of what we normally review is very complicated. What I mean by this is it's a Rubik's Cube. It's got 6 sides. All sides have to line up in order for you to put the dotted line there. I think the better way of looking at this data is temperature first, carbon monoxide second. Hydrogen is definitely part of that scenario, but to say that there's just this little island that comes out, I don't believe is really representative of where this reaction actually is. And that reaction should be based upon mostly temperature and supporting details along that line. So I would look at, like I have in the past, I would look at TP15. This doesn't show all the gas extraction wells around it. You would look at those extraction wells, and knowing that downwell temperatures can be off by 120 degrees, I would also be doing downwell temperatures on those and determining exactly what's going on in that area. I don't believe that that's representative, but it is based upon their criteria. They've made it very complex, which makes it very conservative, and that means you can draw smaller areas.
And to your knowledge, has the reaction committee been consistent with its criteria for determining the reaction?
As of late, no. Prior to this, prior to, I believe it was May, it might have been April, I'd have to go back and look exactly. But they changed both the settlement metric and they added carbon monoxide, which I was really puzzled with. I didn't understand why the reaction committee was not using one of the major factors. But again, if it's an elevated temperature event and not a smolder, then you can eliminate certain factors. And I don't think you should have eliminated those factors. And so they are now also including carbon monoxide. They may have used it before, but it was not discussed in any of the meetings. It was not discussed in their monthly reports. So they've changed the metric and they've added now carbon monoxide at 2,000. And I believe they changed the settlement metric too, but I don't remember exactly where that was.
And what makes carbon monoxide a key metric?
Well, carbon monoxide is produced on incomplete combustion. So as a fire smolders, it produces significant carbon monoxide. And if you have open flame, it doesn't produce a lot of carbon monoxide. So tracking carbon monoxide over time is critical to determine the intensity and the magnitude of the reaction along with temperature. Hydrogen is very unique. We can go into the details. I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but the 2 metrics that I would use the most would be carbon monoxide and temperature.
If the reaction committee was considering such a key metric, would you have expected them to report it?
I would hope so. That's why I pointed it out in my March letter that I was a little bit puzzled why the reaction committee was not using carbon monoxide.
Now, you mentioned earlier overdrawing oxygen. Can you explain the effect that operation of a landfill gas collection and control system can have on causing a set event?
Yes. There's been one documented case, and this is a landfill that has occurred in Tennessee, Middle Point landfill, where they had an LTF, which they said was from aluminum dross. That aluminum dross was very hot, well above 1,000 degrees. That aluminum dross caused the waste to pyrolyze. Waste started to pyrolyze and started to migrate. In that report, they talked about small smolders that were starting out from that event. Well, the small smolders, I don't have all the data, but if I had their gas control data, I could make a conclusive statement. But more likely than not, the small smolders that were in front of the pyrolysis were started by overdrawing the wells that were in front. So what happens is that landfill operators typically, when they get to this event, will overdraw the surrounding wells because of the gas pressure and the odors. So as you increase in size you increase the odors, you increase the emissions. So the first thing that operators can do to try to contain that is one of two things: add more cover or increase the vacuum around surrounding wells. When you increase the vacuum around surrounding wells, you overdraw the system and you have a set event. Not every set event is a smolder. Most of the time it's not. It's related mostly to the fact that you've gone from anaerobic bacteria to aerobic bacteria and you've increased the temperature. Now, if you keep overdrawing said well, the risk of that well going to a smolder increases. And so this gets into a little bit of a doom loop where as the reaction continues to expand, you continue to overdraw, which I showed in my letter. There was a particular well that was outside the reaction area that you could see over time was clearly being overdrawn.
And we'll get to that well in 1 second, but in general, when you're looking at wells, like the one we're going to go to, what sort of threshold are you looking at in terms of oxygen to make your determination about there being an overdraw?
So the regulation used to use 5%. That was removed in September 21, I believe, in the new edition. Industry lobbied to get the oxygen data to removed. So at this point, the data that I use, the criteria that I use is mostly based upon landfill operations manuals. Those manuals will use 2%. And I have multiple manuals that I've looked at over the years. They use their own internal number as 2%. Now, talking with the old landfill gas gurus that are out there, tip my cap to them. They're no longer in the industry. They've retired and moved on. They'll tell you that the gold standard is 1%. So operate a gas control well in such a manner that you keep it at 1%. That's the gold standard. Most of the industry will use 2% as their operational manual. So every landfill that has a gas control system will have a manual on how to operate said system.
And can this doom loop lead to an increase in odors or emissions?
I don't know if the doom loop would increase odors and emissions initially because you're overdrawing the system. You're pulling oxygen in, which would capture some of the odors and some of the emissions. But once those temperatures spiked or caused a set event where you then starting to draw more odors or expanding temperatures or there's a collapse or cracks or fissures, then those odors would be released.
Now, you mentioned an example of this. Was this example CV 1906, the well that you mentioned in your letter?
Yes.
And did you review the raw landfill gas data and temperatures for this well?
Yes, part of my review, I requested the raw gas data unedited in an Excel format. So I was able to look at the individual wells over time. And so I was able to use all their information. And looking at it, you could tell from the oxygen from the very first date, which I believe was, I can't see that far, I apologize. Thank you. So March 24, looking at the oxygen level, it was 10%. Now, mind you, most industry uses 2% as their internal process. So again, the regulation used to be 5%. So I would consider this well an overdraw. Now, is there a temperature issue associated with it? Yes, it's 68 degrees at the wellhead. Like I said, not every overdraw pulls the temperature directly, but if you look over the year, as you scroll down to sometime October of 24, you see that there was a temperature spike that went from 60 something to 98 something to 121. And you see that the data before the well oxygen was 15% to 12%, 13%. And then lo and behold, looks like they made some significant adjustments and got the oxygen down below 2%, but then the temperature spike came in after.
And just for clarification, this is table 2, page 12 of exhibit 77
Yes.
of your letter. And so you mentioned some oxygen spikes. So for example, it looks like oxygen was higher than the threshold you mentioned in August and September of 2024.
Yes.
And then relatedly, you mentioned some temperature spikes. There were then temperature spikes on September 28th and October 2nd of 2024.
Yes.
And did you compare the data from this well with the data from the nearby probe TMP-14?
I did.
Did you have any conclusion in your letter in regards to that comparison?
TP14 showed a spike in a shallow TMP well, or a TMP shallow temperature increase at that particular location.
Did you draw any conclusion about what might be occurring in that area based on that?
I drew the conclusion that more likely than not, that this overdraw was causing a set event that was also picked up at TP14.
And can causing these overdraws lead to some of the cracks and fissures that you had pointed out earlier in your presentation?
They can develop into smolders or some other type of scenario where the waste is being, so is it consolidated and collapsing.
Do you believe that there is too much liquid or hydrogen for an independent set event to occur?
The claim earlier by the consultant, the expert, said that there was too much liquid for a smolder to occur. However, one would have to compare at what depth is that liquid. Now, there can be a lot of liquid and a smolder is not going to occur below that liquid layer. But if the liquid layer is at 50 feet, that means there's 49 feet above it that waste could ignite. Most of what I see are very spikes in temperatures between 15 and 45 feet. So depending upon where the liquid layer is, one could easily make the conclusion that you could smolder down to the liquid layer or above, but you can't go below it. So unless the liquid layer is all the way to the top, there is waste that can ignite from a spontaneous ignition, or it could be a temperature increase that you get from aerobic to anaerobic conditions.
Now, turning back to page 9 of your letter, table 1, where we see well 2001, is this a possible indication of a set event given the parameters we see here?
So this data was something that was in the NSPS semi-annual report. And I looked at the wells that they actually did down well samples to determine how far they were off. One of the wells that really stood out was CV 2001. This well was well outside their delineated magenta line. The wellhead temperature was 60 degrees. The down well was 165. So it had a temperature differential of 105 degrees. This is a well that most likely was being influenced by some type of set event, most probably from an overdraw scenario, considering it was significantly away from the magenta line that they represent.
I'd like to turn to another example that is in your PowerPoint. If we go to slide 9 of the PowerPoint, keep going. I'd like to talk about well CV 2314. And I'd like to go through each of these charts. I'm almost thinking maybe I'm having trouble staying connected to the Zoom, so I can't share it on my computer, but maybe I can actually just lend you mine so you can look at it closer. So for this slide 9, you put a series of charts here, maybe starting from left to right. Could you tell me what is the significance of carbon monoxide as it's charted here?
So looking at their data that they provided in a report, there was a significant, and I do mean significant, carbon monoxide spike that occurred sometime between 12/16 and 2/4 of 25. That carbon monoxide spike would mean that you have, in my opinion, active combustion somewhere close. And then you would look at some other data to support what was going on. You would look to see if an additional well had temperature spikes or other spikes that you could look into as well. So this is something that concerns me when I look at data when I see a carbon monoxide spike this high.
And it looks like you also charted some of the landfill gas data and the temperature. Can you explain that to us and what you observed?
I didn't actually chart it. This is SCS Tools. It's a really powerful data software that SCS uses to evaluate individual wells over time. But you can see there's two things that it did occur exactly at the same time. You saw that there was an oxygen spike. That's the red line at the top. And then you saw that there was a temperature spike as well. And so you look at that along with the carbon monoxide level, you get an idea that they're most likely related.
And did you review the proposed contested conditions, which are Exhibit 74?
I did.
And did you review proposed contested condition number 75?
I did.
And do you understand condition 75 to be proposing controller units which are capable of monitoring certain parameters at a landfill gas well?
I did, and actually in my very first letter in 23, I recommended that Chiquita use these types of wellheads.
And what are the benefits of using these types of systems?
First and foremost, you get data on a day-to-day basis. And that's critical in making decisions. Sometimes you don't get data for once a month, depending upon when the technician got out to it. Most set events you'll start seeing every other week, but this gives you real-time data on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour basis.
And what can an operator do with that hour-to-hour data that they couldn't do with periodic monitoring?
Well, you can adjust the well. You can make those adjustments real time, and you can based upon whatever metric you wanted. So if it was pressure, you could write an algorithm to remove more pressure. If it was an oxygen overdraw, you could then close the well and prevent the overdraw from occurring.
And is that something that could have been done with CV 2314, which we just looked at?
Yes.
And is that in fact one of the wells the district is recommending for installation of one of these units?
Yes.
Now, you heard the earlier testimony and questioning that was related to operating the controllers pursuant to a written policy. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you think that a written policy for operation of these units would necessarily result in all of the consequences that were articulated by Mr. Dick during his testimony?
No. Some of the issues that he recognized are possible, but you would want to write your manual in such a manner that that does not occur. In other words, methane is really not the primary driver that he's concerned with or worried about. The methane, the most probably concerning method here to prevent odors and emissions is the pressure. So pressure would be your number one scenario along with oxygen. I don't really think I would worry too much about whether the methane is there or is not. I don't think that would be a driving factor. I would be looking at pressure. Pressure is the key to determine whether you have odors or emissions.
In your professional opinion, is it possible to write a policy focused on pressure and oxygen, as you just mentioned, that avoids the possible consequences we heard during Mr. Dick's testimony?
Absolutely.
And to the extent that there are, I believe you heard the testimony, Mr. Dick stated that there's the possibility for additional emissions to occur as a result of operating these wells appropriately. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And how can CCL control emissions while operating the wells consistent with their written policy?
There's a number of ways to do this. It's not as draconian as you're going to have a problem. As you notice that there's a problem, you can then bring in additional soil cover. You can bring in a geomembrane, expand the geomembrane to that area. You could add more extraction wells. These are all scenarios that an engineer would be able to make on a very quick timeline versus a month to month where you're getting data, you're making adjustments, and you're going back. So by providing real-time data, your engineering gurus can make their decisions as far as what to expand in order to prevent the emissions from occurring. One of them would be add some more geomembrane.
Now, you mentioned two specific parameters, pressure and oxygen. Can you walk us through the utility of monitoring each? Would you mind starting with pressure first?
Pressure, like I said before, is the key on the odor issue. If your gas well is pressurized, in other words, positive pressure, you have a problem. It means that the vacuum that is at that well is not strong enough to remove the gas from that well. Again, there's all sorts of other scenarios that go into it. I don't want to, you have barometric pressure you have to worry about. You have other issues you have to worry about, but you monitor all those scenarios. You do monitor methane, you do monitor carbon dioxide, and you also monitor temperature. So these are all things that you would look at over time. So if you saw a spike in a temperature, or if you saw a spike in oxygen, or if you saw a spike in pressure, these would be things to take action items for. And so you would write the program such that once you hit that threshold, which is also discussed typically in the landfill maintenance and monitoring program, right? So it's no different than what they already have. Then it would be action items. That would be things that you would do in order to look at. You would make sure you inspect that area for fissures. You would do those things in order to minimize, to operate in a good manner so that you minimize emissions to the community.
Now, in reviewing the proposed condition, did you review the requirement requiring the installation of the 19 permanent units?
I did.
And did you review the wells that were selected for each of the 19 units?
I did.
And if we could pull open Exhibit 83, which is the wellhead map showing the selected wells. So these were the locations that you reviewed?
I did.
And did you agree with these wells as the ones to be selected for the system?
I did.
And why would these be good wells to choose for such a system?
These wells supposedly are outside the reaction area. If they're outside the reaction area, that means they're also below the wellhead temperature of 160. And maybe they're not. We wouldn't know until a down well was completed. But these are what we call the wells that are most influenced by the reaction area. So this is that transition zone where is the reaction increasing in intensity, or is it stable, or is it decreasing? So these are the areas that would give you the most important data. There are other areas in the landfill that would give you data as well, but this is what I would call as a transition zone. You know, in an analogy, this would be on a wildfire, this would be your evacuation zone, right? So obviously you're trying to determine what that intensity and the magnitude is, and the most valuable data is going to be along this line.
Now, I just have a few more questions for you. So going back to the example, we talked about one well, which was CV 1906. Is that one of the wells that is selected here for installation of one of the permanent units?
Thank you. I couldn't see. 1906 should be right there. Yes.
And that was one of the wells where you mentioned that there were month-to-month spikes in temperature and in oxygen. Is that right?
Yes, I believe 1906 is actually to the right. I believe that they circled TP14 by mistake.
In any case.
Yes. Just want to make sure that we're talking same wall.
Sure. I mean, whether it was one mark or the other, would that make a significant difference to your analysis?
No, it would not.
And in selecting CV 1906, if they had had one of these monitoring units on it, could they have made quicker changes than on the month-to-month basis they had in the data that you looked at?
Yeah, they would have better real-time data, and they'd be able to monitor that in such a manner that they could make changes on a day-to-day basis.
Now, you also mentioned that you receive temperature data on a weekly basis. Is that right?
I have temperature on a weekly basis. They have it every day. They have a data program and a data logger, but I get it once a week.
And if we could take a look at Exhibit 94, that's the May 21st borehole report, which shows the weekly temperatures that you receive. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you review the heat map that is plotting these temperatures that is near the end of the report?
I did.
And what were the temperature ranges set at here? Maybe we can zoom in on the top left there. So there we go.
So the temperature ranges were based upon what CalRecycle suggested, recommended to the LEA. The LEA required the landfill to use these ranges from 0 to 145, 145 to 170, 170 to 225, 225 to 250, 250, 300, and above 300.
And now, did you also receive temperature data on May 28th, 2025, the following week?
I did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 95? This is the 2025, May 21st borehole report. Did you also review the heat map that was plotting these temperatures?
Yes.
And during your review, did you notice anything about the ranges that were in the legend?
Yeah, in the report, there was no discussion, no indication. However, looking at the data table, I looked at the temperature ranges were dramatically changed, which also changes the representation of the data so that there are more green and yellow than there were yellow and orange. It went from 0 to 145 to now 0 to 158, which I have no idea what scientific number that's based on. It went from 158 to 194. So again, in orange went from 194 to 230. I was unaware that this change had been made, and I then fired off an email to the local enforcement agency and requested Chiquita to change it back to the previously agreed upon temperature scale, which is something that we can compare over time. Here, skews the data and shows that the reaction is not as advanced as it was before.
And you said not as it was before. Was the result that many of the sensors that before had been yellow or even orange were now depicted as green?
Well, looking at this quickly, you can see that TP30, TP29, TP24, TP31, which I'd mentioned. Oh, sorry, TP31, TP30, 29, and 24, which were orange, are now yellow. TP6 and TP23 are now green. So this paints a much different picture in a week than you had the week prior.
1 second. In your opinion, will the monitoring and the ability to remotely control these units via a written policy assist Chiquita's landfill operators in addressing this reaction?
If I was working for Chiquita or if I was their consultant, I'd want the data on a real-time basis.
So in your opinion, is the monitoring and the ability to remotely control them pursuant to a written policy appropriate to accomplish the necessary abatement in this case?
I don't believe it will abate the reaction or the set event, but it will provide the information it's necessary to determine the magnitude and the intensity of said event.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
So Ms. Morgan,
Yes.
you can cross now, or we're gonna come back on the 17th anyway.
Correct.
But we're gonna have a hard stop at 4 p.m.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can, this witness is on medical leave on the 17th, so he wouldn't be available. We would need to set a separate date when he would be available for cross.
Can you come in via Zoom?
I don't really want to discuss the medical
No, you don't have to
procedure, but
discuss it, but can you do
I
Zoom?
don't know.
Okay.
But if I can, absolutely.
Okay, so we can work, the district's attorneys can work very closely with the clerk's office. And if you can, you can. If not, then we'll pick a separate date. Not a problem.
Fair enough.
But I just didn't want Miss Morgan to get knee deep. And then we're essentially, we're gonna have to pause. So I just would rather, so how do we feel about that, Miss Morgan? It's up to you.
That's fine. If we have a hard stop at 4, I am definitely going to have more than 12 minutes of questions.
Okay, all right. Well, of course, I'm very confident you are gonna have more than 12 minutes of questions. Okay. All right, so why don't we go ahead, and if it's okay with the members of the board, any comments? Any questions of the gentleman?
No. You asking a general comments or?
What, no, because he's leaving and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna continue the hearing until June 17th.
Oh, no, I done this morning.
Okay, not a problem. So then we'll go ahead. We're off the, Ms. Verdugo Prouter, any comments you'd like to make, my friend?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for letting me appear this way. It was a
Oh, I see you
little
on your side. I know you're
challenging, but
struggling, so.
yeah, I am struggling right now, but
Not a problem.
I'm
Okay,
glad I was
so,
able to attend.
so if we can, why don't we look at a subsequent date? Mr. Velicapoloni,
Just a general comment.
Go right ahead.
Okay, no. I think it was raised by a public member about a site visit, and I think I was surprised to also hear Ms. Morgan also second that. And I don't know how the district feel about it, but I think, and I don't believe the hearing board has ever done that under an actual site, but I think it will be very useful.
So if in fact members of the hearing board are inclined, I believe that we can work very closely with the clerk's office and those who like to attend. If two of us, it would be great because then we wouldn't have to post it, right? So if two of you are inclined to conduct a site visit, I'm very confident that both parties can work very closely with the clerk's office and we'll make that happen. if three of us, if 3 plus a 10, we have to post it. So I would,
So can I just get clarification? Are you suggesting that it wouldn't be received as any kind of evidence for the site? That's very challenging for the two that would go. They would not be able to consider anything if we're not on the record per se. So if you're proposing a site visit that, would be potentially you would learn information that you could consider as part of your decision, then it would need to be on the record and it
well,
would then
no,
be a.
right. So what I stated, and I'm gonna repeat it again, all parties will work collaboratively with the clerk's office, come up with a plan. When we come back on the 17th, then we'll be able to have at least some direction for which the board can consider if members are inclined to conduct a site visit or not, but we can't arbitrate that here today. We just don't have enough time. And everybody be compelled to check their calendars, which is why I even referenced the notion of having to post it. So, all right, well, at this moment, we're going to go ahead and we're going.
Real quick, not to interrupt you, I'm so sorry, but in terms of selecting the date, I know we're coming back on the 17th.
Yes.
But in terms of picking the date, I think what we're envisioning, and I'm sure they'd like to do their cross as quick as possible in terms of timing to when they heard the direct. If we can get something where people are available and it's just for cross and board questions, maybe it's like just a couple hours on a particular day. Is that something we could do in between now in the 17th if everyone's available?
I am not for certain if that can happen, but what I can say, because we have Baker on the 18th.
And you don't have to decide now. I'm just curious if you'd be open to just exploring the idea of having something.
So why wouldn't we just consider? Do you think we can get all this done on the 17th? No. Okay.
So the district would say that, given how testimony went today, we would be prepared to try and submit additional declarations to get additional direct to try and streamline the remainder of presentation to try and move us forward. But I do think it's going to take additional testimony. I think that's what Mr. Manzel is suggesting, that if we could convene just to do this one witness, where I understand a lot of other witnesses might not be available, but if just council, board members, and this witness, we could kind of move on from that. And the district would commit to submitting declarations to try and streamline the remainder of its witnesses.
In that situation, don't we have to continue hearing to that day?
Yes, you would have to. That's why Mr. Mandel is asking, because you would have to continue it to a certain date. Certain date. Yes.
Yeah. So if we can, I don't have any qualms with continuing to the 11th. The 11th that is no. So he's shaking his head. See, so folks, I don't really want to arbitrate these dates because there's conflicts. The gentleman has a personal matter he needs to contend with. So why don't we, if we could look at the 24th, look at the 17th and the 24th, it gives everybody ample time for travel planning, etc. It gives us 2 solid days, Mr. Clerk. Yeah, the 17th is reserved for this. Right. So we're going to continue to the 17th, and then we'll continue again to the 24th. Is that okay?
Yes, the 24th is good for us for cross-exam at least. The attorneys will be here. I'd have to check with other witnesses, of course, but they are all planning to
So
testify.
if he can't appear on the 17th, then we can always look at him on the 24th, and then we can pick up the 17th for the other.
Yes.
Because there are a host of other folks to provide testimony.
Correct.
But I really am appreciative, Ms. Roberts, if we can get more on the papers, and we just make it a lot easier. And to Mr. Balakapalan's point, if we can get them a little bit earlier, we most certainly appreciate it. It was a tremendous amount of reading. I really have a true, profound appreciation for tea. I think I'm going to switch to caffeinated tea. It does much better than coffee. All right. Any more comments for the good of the order? Okay. We're good? We're off the record at 3:55, and see you on June 17th. We're continuing into June 17th. We're adjourned. Well, no, we're not adjourned.
Pause.
We're continued. Thank you.
Thank you.